to the wilderness. I was hiking in a remote area with just a few other people around. My campsite sat just past the tree line, near the remnants of an old radar installation. Concrete foundations and rusted antenna pieces were all that remained of the former structure. Around 7 p.m., a strange phenomenon began. A low, deep hum emerged, different from any
ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline.
It seemed to vibrate through both ground and air simultaneously. Curious, I had my flashlight between them to investigate. When I saw the lights, I moved to the lanterns or flashlights. Instead, small blue orbs glided slowly.
And that's it! Scores the win for the team!
The dense forest and darkness made it difficult to determine their number or origin. They didn't resemble any familiar creature or human being. I quietly retreated to my camp, keeping my phone ready but avoiding unnecessary noise. Trying to rationalize the experience, I convinced myself it might be a drone or research team, yet the constant, unchanging hum persisted. Sleep came uneasily that night, with frequent wakeful moments checking the sounds. The next day's hike revealed nothing unusual, just typical forest sounds of rustling leaves and distant bird calls. Back at my small rented cabin about 10 miles from the trailhead, I sat outside stargazing on a clear, cold
shot of this match.
Headlights caught my attention.
Checkmate. It's over.
This seemed unremarkable. Something felt off. The car was driving with no lights on, moving at a steady pace past my cabin. An hour later, it returned, and then completely stopped. This pattern continued for 2 more nights, adding to the area's growing sense of mystery. Here's the real context. The forest near my cabin was strange.
There's the winners of the tag match.
Passing precisely every hour, always without lights. Never pausing. My attempts to get his attention fell flat. I waved my flashlight the first time, but the car continued its mechanical path. No signals, no brake lights. The entire scenario felt like something from a film. I investigated potential explanations. Were the power lines malfunctioning? Was there a localized power issue? Yet everything around seemed normally lit. After 3 nights of this peculiar pattern, I mentioned it to a local at the town diner. His response was cryptic. You sure it wasn't just a truck? When I described the hourly precision and total darkness,
the bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And there's a kick and lights out. This one's wrapped up.
Faint, distinct. Standing by the trail, scattered on the forest beyond me. Nothing was visible. Next day,
scores the win. What a great team!
The felt different, heavier, more oppressive. Arriving at the concrete slabs appeared freshly cracked, as if something substantial had recently pressed against them. I photographed the damage, puzzled. By evening, I decided to leave early the next morning. An increasing sense of being observed made me uncomfortable. I checked every lock on doors and windows before bed, feeling uneasy. Just after midnight, the hum returned, louder, vibrating through walls and floor. The black car sat across the street, engine off, lights dead. A dark figure emerged, standing motionless. After a minute, it returned to the car and drove away. Still without lights. Sleep was impossible. Come morning, I packed quickly and left, rationalizing the experience as perhaps a local prank or some unknown surveillance, but something felt fundamentally wrong. Night had fallen during my drive back to Little Rock after a client meeting in
Bloodline will surely be looking to run a roughshot in this match. That pack mentality in full force here.
I'd left just after the
lights are out for Sokoa.
Halfway through the journey near Forge Mountain, the GPS suggested a detour to the construction area by road. It seemed like just another winding road.
And they score the win. What a tag match.
On a single car, I passed me in at least 30 minutes. Just before I was about to turn the radio back on, I noticed the tower with the trees on the left. No red and white striped radio tower with a beacon on top. Nothing unusual for Arkansas, but something felt off. The silence was absolute. No bugs, no tree frogs, which was strange for late September. Then the engine started behaving oddly. It didn't stall completely, but softened, with RPMs dropping even as I pressed the gas. The headlights dimmed and dashboard lights flickered. I noticed the tower's beacon had stopped blinking, now a steady red glow. That's when I saw it. Something was floating above the tower, about 50 feet higher, and slightly to the side. No lights, No reflection, just a huge dark shape like an overturned dinner plate. Perfectly
The bell
still.
rings. The Bloodline will
I
surely be
slowed
looking to run
crawl,
roughshod in this
partially
match.
off, but the radio was already off. But the screen showed nothing, just static blank numbers and white noise. Suddenly, the engine cut. No warning, just dead silence. Since that night, late at night, I sometimes think I hear that low hum and the wind blows just right. I can't explain what happened or who was driving the mysterious car. Weeks have passed, and while part of me questions my memory, I know what I experienced was real. The night felt strange from the moment my car began to act up. The cabin light flickered on by itself, and the AC blew hot for a brief moment despite being set to cool. My hands trembled, though I wasn't cold. Everything seemed off, like my senses were disconnected. When I tried to restart the car, nothing happened. No sound, no movement.
The Bloodline looks
I
as
glanced
menacing
back
as
at the
ever
tower,
as they prepare to
noticing the
establish their
red light
dominance
had
once
gone
again.
out. Something was hovering there, a dark shape against the sky, wider than the tower's platform and about half as tall. It remained completely silent, despite being close enough to hear something. Anything not spinning or tilting, just sliding smoothly sideways about 20 feet before descending behind the tree. Its movement was unnaturally controlled, as if gravity meant, and once it disappeared, the red beacon blinked once, and the radio suddenly resumed mid-song. The headlights brightened, and the engine started without any problem. I didn't wait around. I sped off, fishtailing slightly on the shoulder before hitting the main road. My hands didn't stop shaking until I reached Darnell. I told no one, not my boss, roommate, or parents. I didn't even write it down. I convinced myself I was just tired, that the car had a simple malfunction, and the sky thing was just a trick of light. The next morning, while clearing pine needles from the windshield, a black sedan pulled up
The
across
bell
the
rings.
street.
The Bloodline will
It
surely
looked
be
like a
looking to
standard
run
Crown
roughshod in this
Victoria
match.
with
That
tinted
pack.
windows.
There's a
I was
kick.
scrolling. A man in a suit, white, maybe mid-50s, approached slowly, moving like someone accustomed to doing nothing. He stopped 6 feet away and smiled. I nodded
And it's
reflexively.
over.
Reaching
Big
into his
tag
coat,
team win
he pulled
there.
out a fold of paper. I'm here to follow up on your vehicle malfunction,
Here are your winners.
he said. Last night, approximately 9:42 p.m. Highway 314 near the FM tower west of Hollis. My stomach dropped. I was speechless. He unfolded the paper and held it out. A waiver with VHIT malfinality release printed in capital letters across the top. I'd been going to Devil's Spine near Bodega Bay since late March, parking up around 4:45 a.m. to beat the crowds. I'm Evan, 31, working part-time at a hardware store in Santa Rosa, and mostly keeping to myself.
The
Surfing's the
Bloodline
only
looks as
thing that
menacing
really
as ever
calms
as
my
they
brain
prepare to
since
establish their
moving from
dominance
Atlanta.
once
That
again
morning was
inside the
dead
ring.
quiet
The
and
latest
cold,
incarnation of the
despite
Bloodline
forecast
only has
promising
one mode:
60s.
total
Air
destruction.
smelled
Doesn't matter
weirdly
who you
metallic.
are, you will come to
The
respect
tide was
the
coming in
Bloodline.
slower than usual.
It's a savage
with
approach,
foam
but the
barely
Bloodline
reaching
has certainly
usual
become one of the most
rock
fierce.
bottoms. I slipped into my wetsuit, grabbed my board, and started down the steep, narrow trail. Normally, I'd stop halfway to stretch and check the swells. This time, I didn't even look. Just after clearing the squad line, I looked up and noticed the stars were gone. At first, I thought it was fog. Later, a man appeared with a document. He was holding a paper, flicking it with his finger as if urging me to sign. His smile was flat, not friendly. No repairs necessary, correct? He asked. The vehicle was functional. I nodded, but didn't reach for the paper. He folded it back up, returned it to his coat, and nodded like we'd finished a conversation. Beneath the document was language acknowledging no damage was sustained and confirming I hadn't filed a formal complaint. My name was already printed next to a blank line. How did you... I started.
The bell
He
rings.
just
The
smiled
Bloodline
again.
will surely
I
be
didn't
looking to
sign.
run roughshod in
Thank
this
you for your
match.
time,
That pack.
I said.
There's a
And
kick.
walked out of his car.
Lights out.
No license plate, or if there was one, it didn't have numbers I recognized. I looked at the tire marks later. Nothing, no sign of having been there. The car had been fine ever since.
What a tag match we just saw.
Radio works. I still drive that route for work sometimes. I've never seen the tower blink on again. Never seen that shape. But I never take the detour anymore. The beach was different that night. What should have been a normal surf evening turned into something I couldn't explain. The marine layer hung high in the sky, unnaturally still. I'd been surfing this stretch for 3 years, but I'd never seen anything like this. The sky above the water looked blank, not dark, just wrong. Like someone had taken scissors and cut out a chunk of the atmosphere. Behind me, toward land, the sky remained normal. Orion and the Pleiades shone clearly, but where the ocean met the horizon, everything was strange. I crouched near a twisted pine board, resting against my
only way
knees,
to describe
blinking
this version of the bloodline.
Nothing changed. The silence was what struck me. No tide sound. No wind rustling through grass. Just renewing pressure in my ears. Fast descending airplane. The water was impossibly quiet.
That's it. Scores the win for the team.
Even during the red tides,
affected with
the
that.
ocean like this.
Here are your winners.
Something told me to leave, not a sound or a movement, but a weight pressing on my chest. I stood quickly, nearly dropping my board, and retreated to my van. It was nothing fancy, a silver 06 Dodge with sand-covered carpets and a busted sliding door. When I reached the top of the hill, everything looked normal again. No lights, no people. I planned to call my buddy Darren about the weird scene at Salmon Creek, but as I opened the driver's door and climbed in, I realized I wasn't alone. A man sat in the back seat, silent.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again.
He wore a black suit and shirt, with pale skin like me. Not young, not old, impossible to pinpoint his age. No hair, no glasses, no jewelry. I froze, breathing hard. He hadn't been there before. How could he have entered a locked?
And that
Then he
fake was
spoke, his voice cutting through my shock.
3-on-3
Does the
matches
ocean
are
ever
always
show
an
me
interesting
things?
situation.
I
One
was
of these
driving
guys
home
have to
from
be
my
the
sister's
toughest
place
one.
in Carson City.
They have to remember
Going
that
back
they're
to
a
Bishop,
team.
California.
If you start
It
hard
was
in the
late,
spotlight, you
even
might turn this match into a
11:45 p.m.
5-on-1.
on a Tuesday
There's
evening.
certainly no room for
Cold, dry, clear sky, no wind island. I took the long way, US 395 south, since it's easier on the car than through the hills. I like driving at night anyway. Less traffic, no beat, and I can listen to whatever I want without being taken. The road was quiet, just long open stretches and platforms and desert square. I was maybe 20
takes a
north
certain
of Pittsburgh,
level of
alone on the
athleticism to
highway,
pull that off.
headlights stretching out into nothing when I saw the light. At first, I thought it was a flare, or maybe a low plane. Just this soft yellowish glow, maybe the size of a bus from my angle, drifting slowly above the ridgeline to the west. It wasn't moving like anything I'd seen before. Suddenly, he was there. His voice was flat, not robotic, but hollow, like there was nothing behind it. I couldn't respond. My mouth wouldn't work. He turned his head just slightly toward me, not all the way, just enough to let me know he was looking. You're here often.
The bell rings. The
You
bloodline
stay
will
long
surely
enough,
be looking to
it
run
shows you
roughshod
more.
in this match.
I managed to
That
open my mouth finally,
there's a
and all I said was, "What?" He didn't say anything else. Just turned his head back forward and sat there. I couldn't bring myself to move. My keys were still in me. My board was wedged against the passenger seat. Every muscle in my legs was locked. I turned to face him directly. The moment my eyes left the mirror, it was gone. Just gone. No sound, no door opening, no shifting weight. The seat was empty. I flung the door open and scrambled out of the van. Looked under it, around it. Nothing. The gravel wasn't disturbed. The grass around the lot hadn't been touched. It was like he blinked out of existence. I sat on the hood for 10, maybe 15 minutes, trying not to panic. I wasn't tired. I hadn't been drinking. I hadn't hit my head or taken anything weird. Everything had felt real too. Eventually, I climbed back in and checked the rear view again.
The bell rings.
Empty,
The
just
bloodline
my
will surely
crusty
be looking to
towel
run
and bag of
roughshod in
things.
this match.
I drove home with the radio. I didn't go back out there for 2 weeks. I finally did. The beach looked green. The water was chocolate again. Birds were back, but the trail smelled faintly like copper. And I squared away to go about 10 feet further out the woods. I hadn't surfed there since June. The light was flickering, hovering in a gentle, pulsing motion as it floated sideways. Without drama, it simply dropped behind the hill and vanished. No noise, no beam of light, just gone. I eased off the gas and pulled onto the shoulder, not slamming the brakes. My initial thought was a possible crash, maybe a small aircraft or weather balloon, but I hadn't heard any impact. The engine idled while I debated whether to get out or continue driving. Headlights appeared in my rearview mirror, distant at first but quickly closing the gap. A plain black SUV with deep tint rolled in behind me.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline.
Unfamiliar, different from California or Nevada. It stopped, engine running, headlights cutting off. 10 minutes passed with no movement. I cracked the window, letting cold air filter in. The only sounds were the SUV's low, surprisingly quiet idle and my own breathing. I adjusted my side mirror, trying to glimpse inside, but the tint revealed nothing, just a dark blob where the driver should have been. Slowly, the SUV pulled forward and stopped level with my driver's side window. I turned, expecting someone to motion or speak, but nothing happened. The window remained shut, interior lights off. We sat like that for maybe 20 seconds before it drove away smooth, steady, tail lights fading into darkness. I waited a minute before shifting back into gear. The earlier light over the hill had felt strange, but the SUV truly unsettled me. The rest of the drive remained quiet. I arrived home around 1:30 a.m., pulling into my driveway and sitting a moment before getting inside. The house was a simple rental on the outskirts of town. 2 bedrooms, fenced yard, and a driveway with 2 cars. It sat right up against the driveway. Just after I got home, I unlocked the front door, turned on the kitchen light, and fed the cat. Everything seemed normal. Still buzzing from the drive, I grabbed a glass of water and settled onto the couch, scrolling through my phone without expecting to find anything meaningful. About 20 minutes later, it happened. The knock came. 3 quick, soft taps. Not a doorbell, just knuckles against glass. I hesitated, wondering if I'd imagined it, and it came again. Tap, tap, tap. Walking to the front window, I pulled back the curtain. No car, no movement outside. I switched on the porch light and opened the door. Empty. But there, taped precisely at eye level, was a black mat. Square-cornered, unmarked, held in place by a single piece of tape. I stood there a while before carefully removing it. Unsealed, simply folded shut.
Looks as menacing as
Inside
ever as they
lay a
prepare to
card,
establish their dominance
like
once again.
expensive wedding station. Except for a line of text centered in the middle. Not everything drifts down. No mail. No contact. No contact. Stamps.
He comes to the rescue.
Even the portrait seemed connected there. I stayed awake all night, telling no one. What could I say? The next morning, I checked the motion-activated front door. Its last alert was 8:17 p.m., hours before I returned home. After that, just emptiness until sunrise. I avoided that driving route whenever possible. The envelope remains in the drawer beside my bed. I've never shown it to anyone, nor have I thrown it away. For 5 years, I worked as an air traffic controller at a small regional airport in northern Idaho. It was a quiet job, mostly private planes and occasional cargo flights at a facility that saw barely a handful of aircraft daily. The tower was old, barely updated, and I was typically the only controller on shift. I appreciated the solitude, finding comfort in focusing on radio chatter and screen displays. It was a crisp fall night in early October.
That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline.
My radar screen showed something odd, hovering over the western mountain range, well above standard 5 miles. At first, I thought it was a technical issue. I reset the system, checked power supply, and restarted everything. The stationary dot remained exactly where it was. I ran through every possible explanation. I checked flight schedules, radar transponder lists, and I called the FAA regional office to confirm any unusual traffic. Nothing came up. No flights were reported, no military exercises, no helicopters, no drones. The dot was massive compared to normal aircraft blips. Yet it made no radio contact and displayed no transponder code. Following protocol, I logged the unidentified stationary radar contact and sent the information up the chain of command. Around 11 p.m., the power briefly flickered, but the system stayed operational. Before midnight,
the bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That
normal, until I spoke with my supervisor. During our phone call, he sounded distracted and slightly nervous. She questioned my report, and the radar data showed nothing unusual inside. Later that afternoon, I received an unexpected call from someone claiming to represent the Federal Aviation Office. They stated they were conducting a routine check at the tower without specifying an exact time. At 7 p.m., two men arrived at the airport entry.
And what a great team!
They wore identical black coats and simple button-up shirts, no ties. They all appeared to be in their late 40s or early 50s, with short, graying hair. Their faces seemed rehearsed, almost artificially neutral. They presented badges that looked official but didn't match an agency I recognized. When I asked about their specific agency, They offered only vague explanations about special aviation oversight. I went through the radar logs from the previous night, presenting everything I had, screen prints, notes and recordings from the radar system. They looked through the materials quietly, exchanging brief, hushed
The
comments.
bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they
One of them
prepare to
looked up and
establish their
said something that
dominance
caught
once
me
again.
off guard.
There's a
He had a
kick.
very imaginative writing style and tower. His tone was polite, something he built on.
Going to the cover. Shoulders are down. Keeps his team
I offered to help
alive.
further, and they requested access to the radar console for about 20 minutes to calibrate some equipment. I agreed without hesitation. While they worked, I stepped into the break room for a few. When I returned, they were gone. No goodbye, no note, nothing. I checked the door, and I was locked from the inside. The few bullets that left through the main entrance. That's when I realized the entire object was missing. The thick binder where I documented everything. Outlines, radio calls, incidents, including my report about the strange radar contact, had vanished. I immediately called my supervisor and the FAA office. They confirmed no one had been authorized to take the logs. To make matters stranger, the security cameras at the entrance were offline that evening, supposedly due to unannounced maintenance. Over the next few days, I tried to investigate. The radar system showed no trace of the previous contact. My supervisor avoided discussing the incident.
If you haven't heard yet, Ghislaine Maxwell got moved to a low-security federal prison facility in Texas. But here's the thing. They have a program there where inmates get to actually train dogs to be service animals, but she can't do it. You know why? Because she's not safe to be around animals. That's right. Due to the nature of her charges, this nasty bitch can't even be around dogs. Such programs are absolutely incredible. The therapeutic value of the relationship between animals and humans is paramount, and it's scientifically backed information. For the safety of the animals, certain types of inmates are not allowed to participate. It's for the safety of the dogs. As the current administration moves towards guarding Maxwell, I want you to remember that this bitch is not even deemed safe to be around dogs. As someone who really deserves to be back on the streets, let me know what you think down in the comments. If you haven't heard yet, Ghislaine Maxwell got moved to a low-security federal prison facility in Texas. But here's the thing.
The incident, treating it like a mistake I'd imagined. I started examining the tower more carefully, searching for anything else out of place. The only unusual thing I found was a faint ozone-like smell near the radar console, reminiscent of burnt electrical wiring. I kept thinking,
how did it come together? You're about to announce Sami Zayn, and then Sami says something to you, and things get switched up.
That was not planned, and I just shared it on my Instagram because that moment took place in commercial break.
You were going to announce Cena, obviously,
yeah,
he's the challenger.
He's the challenger.
Yeah.
So, I just prepared as I would normally prepare. It's a United States Championship match. In the middle of the start, I'm like, introducing first the challenger. He comes up,
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And so,
what is and he's explaining it to me, and so, I just made it up on the spot. I was like, I apologize. The champion, I respect for the challenger. I'd like to be introduced first. And what a gracious thing for saying.
How did it come together? You're about to announce Sami Zayn, and then Sami says something to you, and things get switched up.
That was not planned, and I just shared it on my Instagram because that moment took place in commercial.
It's not a problem for me to fight somebody who is bigger, might be taller, whatever it is. I don't care. I fought guys that were 7 foot tall, and I fought guys that were almost 400 pounds. I fought 10 guys at the same time and beat their ass, and I fought 40 guys, and I got jumped by them, and I was 13 years old. It did not matter how many people it was, how big you are. You can be 50 feet tall.
Oh my God, the number just keeps going up. Now he beat off 40 men at a time when he was 13 years old.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack. There's a kick. Lights out.
Content lately been very busy with me. We don't bring that back up. I know you guys need laps. It's guaranteed to come through. And yes, that's the impressive job of himself, Mr. Hide Your Kids. Absolutely. What is he up to now? Yes, calling out UFC fighters, in which one, incredibly, John Jones, one of perhaps the greatest fighters of all time.
I'd love to. I'd love to. Maybe we consider that. I would break his head in half. And if he's a trained fighter, I'm a trained killer. Two different things.
Now, you might be thinking this is out of control. Ben Azuli has outdone himself with the ridiculousness, but we forget how accomplished
the Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again.
There's a kick. So don't get like subscribe to the channel. Let's jump into it. Now, while John Jones may be one of the greatest fighters of all time, right? Heavyweight division one. I believe the longest match in UFC history known as that's by most people. You have to remember, he's usually a humble Russian fighter. He's involved 30 men beat up 6 Russian guards all at the same time, trained with the Shaolin monks, trained with the Chinese Kung Fu restaurant owners, and of course spent his 10 years in that clear counterterrorism. That is an incredible resume. Let's take a look. How did he become such an insanely skilled fighter to call out heavyweight John Jones?
When I was a menace to society, I would go out to places and I would stare at people, those Russian guys. But I ended up beating the food out of like 5 of them. And the boss took out a gun.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pass. There's a kick. Lights out. Nobody's coming back from that. Here's the cover.
By 15 years old, he was beating up Russian mafia members 5 at a time. No big deal, but that's nothing compared to his biggest accomplishments.
It's not a problem for me to fight somebody who is bigger. I beat that
Mr. Black, John Cena, and your
400 pounds. I fought 10 guys at the same time and beat their ass. And I fought 40 guys and I got jumped by them. And I was 13 years old. It did not matter how many people it was, how big you are. You could be 50 feet tall.
Oh my God, the number just keeps going up. Now he beat off 40 men at a time when he was 13 years old. My God, this guy needs to be on the Mount Rushmore of fighting. I mean, Timu Steven Seagal here might be one of the most impressive men we've.
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Black might have brought this to a close. Going for the cover. Solo shoulders her down.
What a tag match we just saw.
Here are your winners. The team.
I only ever met a few people that were in prison for child abuse, and every single one of them caught the business. Let's talk about one of the worst ones that I ever met, and when I think about it a decade and a half later, my blood still boils. Y'all ever heard of a baby shaker? Let me explain to you what a baby shaker is. A baby shaker is someone who can't stand the child crying.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack. There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Does that close it out for Black? Going for the cover. Solo shoulders her down.
Big tag team win there.
Here are your winners.
Last time he actually got his gun. He fouled up an attack. back as all of the rest of them. He got one good clean swipe to the face. He fell back. He hit his head just right on the wall, and he did not make it. Just think about that and keep your hands off women and children. I only ever met a few people that were in prison for child abuse, and every single one of them caught the business. Let's talk about one of the...
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack. What reflexes to stop? There's a kick and black mass. Lights out.
That put Solo down for good.
Shoulder down. Could this be it? Saving his team from defeat. Blue Thunderbomb.
This has got to be it.
Javon toying with his opponent a little bit. Not sure if he should waste all his time hot-dogging around.
Well, what are we about to witness here? Grit your teeth.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders her down. Goes for the pin.
It seems like I may be the first person to ever tell you this.
Big time win in this tag team match.
Here are your winners.
All the fellow good judges were the arguer upcharged has to be shut down. Not for the reasons that you might think, though. Thrilling has everything to do with environmental law and nothing to do with unsubstantiated rumors of human rights violations. In fact, this federal court judge actually gave the nod that yes, the federal government and the state of Florida do have the right to do this, but it's all about location, 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 baby. Let me break this down to you. The Everglades are environmentally protected. And in fact, there's even an indigenous tribe that lives out there. They're the ones that brought this whole thing forward to try to get it shut down. And they might have a point here.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cold blood. There's a kick and lights out. There's no coming back from that. Shut the door, this could be over.
Got it. What a tag match we just saw.
This ruling was supposed to take effect immediately.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena, and Javon Evans.
We did Falafel place off of Melrose Avenue, but
Liars rarely confess with words. They betray themselves through
the Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And there's a kick and lights out. Does that close out for Black? The cover. It's in it.
And that's it. Scores the win for the team.
4. Why would I lie?
Here are your winners. The team of
Aleister Black. Exposure more than the truth. 6. What are you implying? They stall for time, not clarity. 7. Can we drop this? They crave escape, not resolution. Stoicism teaches this.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack. There's a kick and black mass. Lights out.
Turn the lights out.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down. Saving their team. Here's Cena.
Attitude adjustment. Cena can end it there.
And how exactly do you put your ego aside in a six-man tag team match? There's a lot of pride on both sides. There's a kick and black mass. Lights out.
Feeling like it's over for Sikoa.
2.
And they score the win. What a tag match.
Here are your winners. The team of
Thinking about those men and their unusual badges, their cryptic comments about their imaginative writing. Were they government inspectors or something else entirely? I started staying at the airport longer after my shifts, hoping someone might return or provide answers. No one did. Eventually, I left the job. The entire experience left me deeply unsettled, as if someone had quietly erased and rewritten the facts of what I'd witnessed. In quiet moments, especially at night, I find myself reflecting on that mysterious radar, large, stationary, and completely unexplained. The men who came to erase the record
menacing as ever as they prepare to establish
their
their dominance
once again. Was or who those men were. I'm certain of one thing. I wasn't imagining. The past 5 years I've been in the National Weather Service. I never had monitoring the radar operation with a small, isolated outpost. Late April, I was working the overnight shift at the weather station perched on a ridge about 10 miles east of the Sweater Mountains. Around 10 p.m., I was running my usual radar scan, checking precipitation, wind patterns, the standard routine. Earlier that evening, something unusual had caught my attention. A massive stationary mass was hovering over the northern part of the Sangrat-Dito range. Initially, I dismissed it as a technical glitch or signal interference, but this was different. The shape remained consistent, sharp-edged, and utterly motionless. It wasn't weather, no rain, no snow.
The bell
Just a
rings, the
dense,
bloodline will surely be looking to run
covering at least
roughshod in this
5
match.
miles. Too large for a plane or conspicuously absent from satellite images. In all my years tracking everything from thunderstorms to dust devils, I'd never seen anything like it. Midnight roar, unexpected thunder.
Got it. Big time tag team win.
When I answered, a low, calm male voice simply stated, "We need to come by your station." Before I could ask who was calling, the line went dead. No caller ID, no trace. Around 1:30 a.m., a knock at the front door broke the station's silence. I wasn't expecting anyone, and visitors required clearance. The security cameras revealed 2 men, tall, mid-40s, wearing identical, pristine black coats that seemed out of place in a mountain outpost. Their hair was slicked back, their expressions completely unreadable. Hesitantly, I opened the door a crack. "Good evening," one of them said. They arrived suddenly, showing an official-looking badge with an embossed seal I couldn't quite make out. I wasn't authorized to let anyone in, especially at this hour, but they seemed prepared and professional. Without much discussion, I let them inside. Arguing in the middle of nowhere felt pointless.
I just grabbed the wrong
They
one,
moved
didn't I?
directly to the radar console, working with an intensity that struck me as odd. Their movements were precise, typing sequences I didn't recognize, adjusting frequencies, and rerouting data streams. This didn't look like standard calibration. The only sound was the soft hum of equipment as they worked methodically. 20 minutes later, they packed up silently, a quick nod, and they were gone, leaving me feeling unsettled. After locking the door, I checked the radar. The huge stationary mass we'd been tracking was inexplicably gone. The night continued without incident, but something felt strange. The station's air seemed stale, and the screens flickered subtly. Digging into the system logs revealed something alarming. The past 8 hours of data had vanished, not deleted, but completely absent. The system behaved as if those hours never existed. Backup drives were empty. Dispatch confirmed no records of our station's radar activity during that time. My supervisor's response the next morning was bewildering. He claimed no one was authorized to enter the station, and security feeds showed no visitors. Despite my insistence that I'd seen them with my own eyes, he told me to document the incident and move on. Later that day, I sought normalcy at the local diner, discussing the missing logs with a few locals. Nobody reported anything unusual in the sky or around the mountains. In the weeks that followed, I kept a close watch on the radar. The equipment functioned normally, except for those missing logs. Late at night, I still find myself scanning the Sangha Cristo range. The radar never reveals anything like that shape again. But sometimes, when the wind is absolutely still and the air feels heavy, I hear that low, distant hum, as if the station itself remembers something I cannot explain. I was on one of my usual solo hiking trips, the kind I'd done before. This time, I'd taken a few days off work right after Labor Day weekend to avoid crowds in the Adirondacks. I live about 3 hours south near Packerby, and I love getting off the grid for a bit. Just me, some trees, and complete quiet.
The
Around
bell rings, the
6:30
bloodline
a.m.,
will surely be
I
looking to
parked
run
at the
roughshod in
trailhead
this
near
match. That
Indian
pack
Lake.
mentality and full
One other car was
force
there.
here.
You have to remember,
Whiteout
Cole, that this
There's a kick and lights out.
and
That's
6 hour
a game
hike
ender,
with a
gentlemen.
perfect cool
He got the shoulders down. This is it.
The first 2 hours were completely normal. Wheels on the tires,
What a great team.
I stopped for lunch on a ridge over the intense northern coast. After eating, I continued my hike. About 2/3 through the loop, something changed. 3 red lights appeared, each about the size of a dime at arm's length. They flickered just above the tree line to my left. Not quite in the sky, but hovering around 100 yards out. Their blinking was rhythmic yet unfamiliar. I stopped walking and watched. No sounds, no tree movement, just these mysterious lights. Pulling out my phone, I started recording. They remained steady as I zoomed in, though the camera struggled to focus.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And there's a kick and lights out. Will that be it? Will that be enough?
Unsettling sense of
Going for the cover. Shoulders are down.
I'd occasionally stop and look behind me. At least I heard footsteps.
Big time win in this tag team match.
So why? I clicked my face just before 4 p.m. One had said exactly where it had been earlier, still without a driver. I didn't dwell on it then and started my drive home. The sun was still up, and I expected to make most of the journey before darkness fell. Around Shrew Lake, something else happened. I noticed a black car trailing me on I-87 heading south. At first I thought nothing of it, just another vehicle sharing the highway, but something felt off. The car kept pace with me, neither tailgating nor falling behind. When I sped up or slowed
The
down,
bloodline looks as
it matched
menacing
my
as ever as they
movements
prepare to
exactly.
establish their
After
dominance
30
once
minutes
again
and 2
inside the
exits
ring.
where I
The latest
expected the car to
incarnation of the
disappear,
bloodline only
it
has
was still
one
right
move.
there. No
Total
license
destruction.
plates,
Doesn't
just a
matter
blank,
who you are,
dark
you
vehicle
will
with
come
tinted
to
windows
respect
so
the
deep you couldn't
bloodline.
see inside.
It's a savage approach.
I tried switching lanes to get a better look, even taking random exits to the entire
This one's wrapped up.
Lord
Here,
He's
as the
going
sky
for the
darkened, I pulled into a small roadside bus stop, just a pull-off with a trash can and picnic table. I parked black car settled a few spots
These
away.
superstars face a unique set of challenges in the six-man tag match.
Yeah, but we've seen
My
teams
heart
of
raced
3
as I
struggle
watched the
before.
rearview
It's hard
mirror.
enough to communicate with one
I
partner,
started
but 2, you're in for a lot of
car
work here.
jumped. Now
Beautiful spin
fast I
out
was getting low
powerbomb.
on gas and approaching the
You see that
timber
height
hook.
on that?
I exited the
timed that
cemetery
count.
station.
There's a kick
It was
and
full gas. That car pulled into the farm while I pulled up. Inside the station I paid in cab.
He made the save just in time.
When I returned, it was
Just
parked
getting
right
bounced
next
off
to
the
mine.
ring post.
The driver's side window was down.
There's a kick and
Clean-shaven black gold cap and zip-up hoodie sat silent. Without emotion, held out a small
Comes out on top in this tag team match.
I froze. He repeated the demand a bit loud. Something compelled me to roll up the window, burst out, and disappeared onto the road. I stood there, stunned, holding the USB for what felt like an eternity. The rest of the drive home was uneventful. No more black car, no more follow. That night, sleep eluded me. The next morning, I plugged the stick into an old, unused laptop. It contained a single, empty file. Greg was right about the old fire tower being gone. Nothing left but a concrete base that was half buried under snow. We took a break.
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack
Everything was
mentality and full force here.
Anyway,
You have to remember, though, that this version of the bloodline is essentially comprised of the
weird.
There's a
Two
kick
guys standing
and
between the
lights out.
The
lights are out for Sokoa.
About 40 minutes from the nearest town.
Counters with an
Race
attack
was
on
isolated.
Evans. Going for the cover. Shoulders are down.
Don't get violent winter with no Wi-Fi, no cell service, no news. Just a good spill with a towering stack of fire. That's what we wanted. Fine. We arrived Friday.
The lights, the party's over.
February,
Feeling like it's over
the
for
sky was crystal
Sokoa.
clear and dense with
There's
stars.
two.
We bought food, beer, and
Got it.
stations.
What a match,
stayed
and
2
what a
nights.
great team.
Do some hiking, maybe ice fishing, dig out the gear. Saturday morning started with coffee and donuts. Heading out around 11 o'clock.
The Bloodline taking the loss in this one.
The Bloodline is incensed. They really thought they had this one in the bag.
Well, no disrespect to the Bloodline, but we all know what they say about assuming.
Thermos, apple granola bars, snowshoes strapped to our boots. The snow was deep, but packed enough in spots that you didn't sink too much. It took us around 2 hours to reach the ridge's peak. The climb wasn't steep, just a steady incline. It was too quiet. Your own footsteps sounded loud. Even the trees were silent. Later, I labeled the video vid.mp04. It was 10 minutes long, but when I opened it, it was just static. Not visual white noise, just a grey screen with faint crackling and an occasional high-pitched tone like an old CRT TV powering up. I watched the entire thing, waiting for something to happen. Nothing did. I never shared the hiking footage. I didn't delete it, or when I tried to review it later, the video wouldn't load, just a corrupt file. Message. I tried copying it to my computer, renaming it, using different software.
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick and Black Mass!
Lights out. Feeling like it's over for Sikoa. He's going for the cover. For the win. And that's it. Scores the win for the team.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cole, there's a kick and Black Mass!
Lights out. Business here is all but over. The cover for the win. Got it. What a tag match we just saw.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena, and Javon Evans.
Huge win here in 6-man tag team action.
Tonight was not the Bloodline's night, and there's no way they're going to just accept that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely not.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cole, there's a kick and Black Mass!
Lights out. The lights are out for Sikoa.
Looking to put this one away here.
Scores the win. What a great team.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena, and Javon.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack. There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Will that be the deciding factor? He might have him here. Is this it? Jeez.
Got it. There's the winners of the tag match.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena, and Javon.
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And there's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Black might have brought this to a close.
A pin. We have a pin. Wow, got it. Big time tag team win.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena, and
the bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That there's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. No ifs about it. That's going to do it. He might have him.
Got it. What a match and what a great team.
here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena, and Javon.
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And there's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out.
Did Black just put an end to this?
Yeah, he's thinking he can end it here.
Big time win in this tag team match.
Here are your winners. The team of
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That there's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out.
Did Black just put an end to this?
He's got him down. Here we go.
And it's over. Big tag team win there.
the team of Aleister Black, John Cena, and Javon.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack mentality in full force here.
You have to remember. Uh-oh. Aleister had that.
There's a kick and Black Mass.
Lights out. That's going to keep Sikoa down.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
Comes out on top in this tag team match.
Here are your winners, the team of Aleister Black, John Cena, and Javon Evans.
A disappointing result for the Bloodline in this one.
Never a good thing when the Bloodline doesn't get their way.
There will be hell to pay for this.
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cole. There's a kick and Black Mass.
Lights out. That can certainly do it.
Reversal. This could be for the win.
We're about to see it. Hey. Cena can put it away here.
There's a kick and Black Mass.
Lights out. That's going to keep Sikoa down. What a tag match we just saw.
Here are your winners, the team of
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack mentality in full force here.
You have to remember. Solo setting it up. Look at this series of Samoan spikes. My goodness. That's got to be it.
Looking for the pin. The save. Still alive here.
Denied via a whip.
There's a kick and Black Mass.
Lights out. That could put Solo down for good.
Yet going for the win.
Comes out on top in this tag team match.
Here are your winners, the team of Aleister Black.
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick and Black Mass.
Lights out. That has to be the end right there.
He might
way.
He catches Cena with a counter. Boom! Good defense from him.
Ooh, reverse STO. What a display here. Counters on both sides. Looking for more damage here. Release back suplex. Ouch.
Boom! Face first. Ooh! Ooh! There's a kick and blood mass. Uh-oh. Oh! And the pin could be over for Tangaloa.
Got it. There's the winners of the tag match.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena, and Javon Evans.
Nice teamwork by these three to pick up the win.
Tonight was not the Bloodline's night, and there's no way they're going to just accept that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely not.
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And there's a kick and blood mass.
Lights out. Goodbye and good night.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
Wow, got it. Big time tag team win.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena, and
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cold-blooded.
Oh, it is over.
The lights are out for Sikoa.
There's a kick and blood mass.
Lights out. Dominating maneuver could end things.
Going for the pin for the win.
And they score the win. What a tag match.
here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena, and Javon Evans.
The Bloodline got bested in this one.
Never a good thing when the Bloodline doesn't get their way.
There will be hell to pay for this.
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And effective counter. There's a kick and blood mass.
Lights out.
Aleister just turned the lights out.
He's making his move.
For the win.
Got it. What a match and what a great team.
Here are your winners. The team of
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That packed. There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Does that close out for Black? The pin. It's all or nothing time.
And it's over. Big tag team win there.
Here are your winners. The team of
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out.
Feeling like it's over for Sikoa.
Yeah, here's the pin attempt.
Big time win in this tag team match.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That packed. There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Aleister just turned the lights out. Oh, going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
Scores a win. What a great team.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena, and Javon.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That there's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. The lights are out for Sikoa. Ooh, he fends that off. Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
Got it. What a match and what a great team.
Hammer it away.
Just never had a chance to block any of those.
The team of Aleister Black, John Cena, and Javon Evans.
A disappointing result for the Bloodline in this one.
The Bloodline is incensed. They really thought they had this one in the bag.
Well, no disrespect to the Bloodline, but we all know what they say about assuming.
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. There's a kick and black mass. Lights out.
That could put Solo down for good.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders her down.
Comes out on top in this tag team match.
Here are your winners, the team of Aleister Black.
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack. There's a kick and black mass. Lights out. Black might have brought this to a close. And here's the cover.
Could be it. Got it. There's the winners of the tag match.
Here are your winners, the team of Aleister Black.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again inside the ring. He's got the shoulders down. Looking to steal one there, perhaps.
He thought he could get this thing finished fast.
There's a kick and black mass. Lights out.
Now that's how you put the nail in the coffin. Get shoulders down. This might do it.
And they score the win. What a tag match.
Here are your winners, the team of Aleister.
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold-blooded, remorseless, and willing to do anything to stake their claim here in WWE.
Come on, Cole. That's what the bloodline is always.
There's a kick and black mass. Lights out.
Does that close it out for Black?
He goes for the pin.
Could this be it? Scores the win. What a great team.
Here are your winners, the team of Aleister Black.
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack. There's a kick and black mass. Lights out.
The lights are out for Sikoa. He's eyeing the 3 count here.
Big time win in this tag team match.
Here are your winners, the team of Aleister Black, John
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out.
Now's the time to capitalize.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
Got it. What a tag match we just saw.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out.
That could put Solo down for good.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
And that's it. Scores the win for the team.
Face first into the post.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That Pac-Man. There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. Checkmate. It's over.
Yeah, he's going for the cover.
For the win.
Wow, got it. Big time tag team win.
Here are your winners. The team of
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. Aleister just turned the lights out. Yank with the cover.
This might be it. And they score the win. What a tag match.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena,
The Bloodline got bested in this one.
Tonight was not the Bloodline's night, and there's no way they're going to just accept that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely not.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold blood. There's a kick and black mass. Lights out. That's going to keep Sikoa down. He's got the shoulders down. This is it. Oh, how did he get the shoulder up?
This started as a match. Now it's a test of will.
In a chaotic 3-on-3 match like this, I'd like to think that teamwork is essential.
Definitely. These men need to watch each other's backs at all times and make sure their side always has the favorable matchup.
Oh, Byron. Wait, that's actually...
there's a kick and black mass.
Lights out. Black might have brought this to a close.
And he tosses it back in now.
Oh, shoulders down. Is this it?
Scores the win. What a great team.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena, and Javon Evans.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick and black mass.
Lights out. The lights are out for Sikoa.
Oh, cover. Hoping to end this. And that's it. Scores the win for the team.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold. There's a kick and black mass.
Lights out. Does that close out for Black?
He's going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
Got it. There's the winners of the tag match.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena, and Javon Evans.
Huge win here in six-man tag team action. Never a good thing when the bloodline doesn't get their way.
There will be hell to pay for this.
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack mentality in full force here.
You have to remember, Cole, that this version of the bloodline is essentially comprised of...
there's a kick and black mass.
Lights out. Aleister just turned the lights out.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
Got it. What a match and what a great team.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena, and Javon
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again inside the ring.
The latest incarnation of the Bloodline only has one mode: total destruction. Doesn't matter who you are.
He ends the pin attempt for some reason. Step ahead there.
A chain of reversals here.
There's a kick and Black Mass.
Lights out. Does that close out for Black?
This could do it for the win.
Wow, got it. Big time tag team win.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena, and Joe.
Out of place in our wilderness setting. We froze, staring. He stepped out slowly, opening the door with an unsettling smile that was too wide and too long. Not fake, but like someone awkwardly mimicking a human expression. That wasn't meant for you, he said softly. His voice seemed...
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cole. There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out.
Turn the lights out.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are next.
Comes out on top in this tag team match.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena, and Joe.
That's a big victory for these three here tonight.
Tonight was not the Bloodline's night, and there's no way they're going to just accept that.
Oh, yeah.
Early the next morning we left. We haven't returned since. Greg's uncle keeps saying we're welcome anytime, but we always make excuses. I've never really told anyone about what happened. How could I explain a man in a suit who walked into the snow like it was nothing, who somehow entered a locked truck? Who would believe such a story? This all occurred years ago during my second shift at a packaging plant near Greensburg, Indiana, just off I-74-4. It was around 12:40 a.m., maybe later.
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. There is no coming back from that. Going for the cover. He might just have it.
No street lights, no other cars, just me. The last one I passed.
What a tag match we just saw.
It wasn't static. But dropping out...
Here are your winners.
Cutting to silence for a couple of seconds before jumping back mid-sentence. When I tried switching stations, the same thing happened. Then my headlights dimmed, reducing to maybe half their normal brightness before returning to full power. I slowed down and saw it. Off to the left side of the road, above a cut field near an old, half-collapsed barn, something hung in the air. Not a plane, not moving, just suspended. Low, maybe 50 feet up, or even less. So big it blocked out the stars, a black void against the night sky. As I drew closer, the shape...
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cole. There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. He connects with a counter. Shoulders down. Does he have it? Breaks the pin. John Cena.
That could put...
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out.
Signed, sealed, and delivered.
There's two.
And it's over. Big tag team win there.
The air itself seemed to have stopped me. I wasn't scared.
Here are your winners.
Too aware.
The team of
Solitude. 2 or 3 minutes, I watched. I didn't reach for my phone, didn't even think to. Eventually, the object began rising slowly, lifting straight up while remaining perfectly level, those red dots unchanged. It simply faded upward until it vanished against the night sky. After a minute, I drove on. I live in a newer subdivision outside Westport, tucked away on a quiet cul-de-sac. That morning started like any other. The garbage truck woke my dog, so I got up, fed her.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cole. There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out.
Put Solo down for good.
This is it. He could put it away right here.
What a match and what a great team.
I stepped onto the porch and got right to the point. Did I drive on County Road 7 to the beginning the previous night and the collapsed bar and found I had another good year? Then came the pointed question, did you see anything unusual while driving? I hesitated. The man watched me carefully, not threateningly, but like he was studying my reaction. Finally, I mentioned the weird lights in the sky. The second man, still by the car, pulled over. Do you often imagine things at night? His tone wasn't mocking. It seemed like a genuinely curious inquiry. I was firm. No, I wasn't imagining anything. I was awake, driving, and I knew what I saw. The men seemed satisfied. The one near me nodded, then asked about outdoor cameras. I told him I didn't have any. He thanked me, and they both got in the car, backing out of the driveway. I watched them leave.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack mentality in full force here.
You have to remember, Cole, that this version of the Bloodline is essentially comprised of the...
there's a kick and Bloodman slides out.
Feeling like it's over. First to Cole. Pin, shoulders down. I put him away right now. Got it. There's the winners of the tag match.
My truck was parked in a gravel cooler near Highway 95, a spot popular with sky engines. As it stretched out in every direction, no scrub, distant mountains and more planets. The weather was hot and dry, perfect for drone flying. I'd launched my DJI Mavic 3 Pro around 4:20 p.m., hoping to capture a sunset time-lapse. A cooler, headphones, and a book were my companions. I planned to stay until after dark. For the first half hour, everything seemed normal. I was getting great shots, golden light casting long shadows over the sand. While panning the camera north, something caught my eye, a blur zipping through the frame.
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick and Bloodman slides out.
Deep breath. Just put an end to this. Going for the pin. Scores a win. What a great team.
Just in the middle as the seconds later, it happened again. This time I saw it in real time. A thin, dark shape cutting across the sky. Too low for a plane, completely silent, I hit record. The object made multiple passes, each time at a slightly different angle. It seemed to be circling or scanning. It didn't look manned or even constructed, just a shape, maybe 10 or 15 feet long, defying explanation. That night, my dog's behavior was strange.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack. There's a kick and Bloodman slides out.
That could put Solo down for good.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders her down.
Comes out on top in this tag team match.
When I wiped it off with a paper towel, it left it gray. I was out in the desert with my drone, flying and scanning the area. These strange things kept happening. An object with no wings, no lights, no contrail would suddenly appear, shoot past in a straight line, and then completely vanish. Not fade or get smaller, just gone. When I tried to get a top-down view by raising the drone, the signal abruptly cut out. The video feed glitched hard and went black. The controller reported signal lost, but the drone was still in my
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That there's a kick and Bloodman slides out. Brought this to a close. Yet going for the cover. Solo shoulders her down.
And that's it. Scores the win for the team.
I remained there for a long time, eating and watch, like I was.
Here are your winners. The team of Alistair Black,
Expecting
John
headlights.
Cena, and Joe Vaughn.
Desert stayed silent. By the time I left, the sun had set. I got home around 8:45 to my small house on the edge of Yuma with a fenced yard. I backed into the driveway and sat with the engine running, unsettled. Something about the desert silence lingered with me, as if something had been watching me but paused momentarily. Around 10:30, someone knocked on my door. 3 slow knocks. Not the doorbell, which had been broken for months, but actual knocking, I wasn't expecting anyone. I grabbed a flashlight.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick and lights out. That's got to be the end right there. Into the pin. Is that enough? Making the save. Cena right into the canvas for the adjustment. Cena can put it away here.
Misunderstood the stop.
Javon toying with his opponent a little bit.
And how exactly do you put your ego aside in a six-man tag team match? There's a lot applied on both sides here.
But if you're smart, you place victory as priority number one. Because if one...
there's a kick and Black Mass.
Lights out. That's going to keep Sikoa down. He's covering him. He's got him.
No pass started. No tail lights. Just
got it. What a tag match we just saw.
I'd stop.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black.
Its locked hard case in my truck bed. No signs of forced entry, just an empty space where it had been. I checked everywhere, the truck, garage, even my office, but it was gone. The Ring doorbell footage only added to the mystery. Freezing at 3:12 a.m. and resuming at 3:45, something that had never happened before. I needed a break from everything, so I headed to Ridge Hollow Campground near the Allegheny front. Mid-October meant bare trees and chilly nights.
The bell rings, and the Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That Pac meant...
Hospital right foot graveyard. Feeling like it's over.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Does that close it out for Black? Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
It's over. Big tag team win there.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black.
Charcoal embers remaining in the pit. Nothing seemed unusual. Morning brought a subtle but unsettling discovery. The stone ring around the fire pit had been rearranged. Not the logs or charcoal, but the stones themselves. Something was different, though I couldn't quite put my finger on what. It was quiet, too quiet, and I was alone. The empty drone case sat at home, a reminder of the weirdness that seemed to be following me. I considered filing a report, but knew how ridiculous it would
sound. The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again inside.
Turn out the lights, the party's over. That's going to keep Sikoa down.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out.
Does that close it out for Black?
Looking to put the match away here.
Big time win in this tag team match.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black.
Habit I followed even though there was no signal. I snapped a single photo almost unconsciously, then used my small folding stove to boil water and make coffee. I sat in my camp chair, pushing the strange arrangement out of my mind. Around midday, I packed a small bag and set out on the red blazed trail. It's a familiar 5-mile loop I'd hiked before, passing rocky outcrops and climbing to a ridge with a nice view. About 30 minutes in, I saw him standing just off
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. That's got to be the end right there.
Step off the trail.
Here we go. He thinks this is it.
Wow, got it. Big time tag team win.
And he asked to see the camera. I was caught off guard.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena.
Without really understanding why, I unzipped my day pack and handed over the camera. He didn't browse the photos. Instead, he simply turned it over in his palm before returning it. "Please don't take pictures of the fire rings," he said. Then, as quickly as he appeared, he stepped off the trail and vanished into the trees, not running, just disappearing. Here's the rewritten text. The first time I'd used my cousin's fishing cabin near Lake Vermilion in Minnesota was during mid-September. The nights were just starting to cool down.
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out.
That could put Solo down for good.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
What a match and what a great team.
The lake became eerily still. I cut the trolling motor.
Here are your winners.
Let the boat flip.
The team up.
Tapping against the hull, breaking the silence. Around 10:30, something strange caught my eye. A glow appeared over the lake's center. At first, I thought it was another boat with a lantern or LED light, but this wasn't moving like a boat. Instead, it hovered 40 or 50 feet above the water, a round, pulsing white light with no beam, no flicker, no sound. Just a slow, rhythmic dimming and brightening. I switched off my headlamp and watched. The light remained stationary. I kept checking my watch, feeling like time was slipping away. At 10:41,
ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cole, there's a kick and slap mass. Lights out. And Alistair just turned the lights out. Going for the cover. Shoulders are down.
And it's over. Big tag team win there.
Here are your winners.
The circle was
team of Alistair Black, John Cena, and John Vaughn.
Tapping it with the naked file, the only one affected among my photos. Sleep was elusive that night. Though nothing overtly happened, I kept waking up, convinced I heard footsteps outside the tent. Sounds that faded each time I sat up. The next morning, the rocks had been mysteriously rearranged. They weren't kicked or tossed, but laid out in a weird, curving arc away from the pit. I left everything as it was. Since that trip, I haven't camped alone again, like a sudden blackout. My phone was in the cabin charging.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And there's a kick and slap mass. Lights out.
Feeling like it's over for Sokola.
Going for the cover. Shoulders are down. Oh my God, he's still in the match. He got the shoulder up right at the last moment.
Cena connected there.
Right on the chops.
No sound, no navigation lights. Nothing that makes sense for something flying so
He might have him.
I love it. It's still on. I'm still looking.
Scores the win. What a great team.
By 7 the next morning, I was outside with coffee. Thick fog settled, obscuring everything beyond the first line of trees. Around 8, gravel crunched. A black SUV approached, its tires popping against the rocks. It stopped just short of the cabin. 2 men emerged, both in black suits, no ties. One tall and lean, the other broader and appearing to be in his late 50s. No introductions. The older man cut right to the chase, asking if anything unusual happened on the lake the previous night. I tried playing it casual, responding with...
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again inside the ring. The latest incarnation of the bloodline only has... there's a kick and flip mass. Lights out. Big Black just pushed into this. Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
And they score the win. What a tag match. Oh, the arm taking the brunt of that.
Here are your winners.
Questioning
The team
and
up.
I experienced any phone or radio interference. I mentioned the lack of service. He nodded, as if this confirmed something. Then came advice that felt more like a warning. Might be good to fish elsewhere for a while. His tone was weary, suggesting he'd heard and said these words before. They left without further explanation, driving off in the plateless SUV. Later that day, curiosity got the better of me. I checked the depth finder's SD card log, despite earlier claims of it being
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold-blooded. There's a kick
I
and
experienced something blissful,
Dominating the movement with the endings.
yeah, makes the pin. This might be it.
Big time win in this tag team match.
But it was clear that the sky stuck
Here are
with
your
stars.
winners. The team up.
So late, but this was the only way to make the trip work. I started on Route 66, then switched to a smaller highway cutting through desert and forest. I remember feeling tired but not sleepy. That calm exhaustion after a long day. What comes next is a blur. The next morning I woke up in my car, parked on a dusty dirt road with no streetlights or signs, just scrub brush and low hills surrounding me. My windows were fogged up. I checked my phone. No signal.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And there's a kick and lights out. Alistair just turned the lights out.
Supposed to be done in 2 hours.
What a tag match we just saw.
No scratches. The cascade was hot. The desert air was cold and dry. Sage and earth filled my nostrils. Complete silence. Later, something else caught my attention. My card was gone, not removed, completely vanished. The slot was empty, but the latch still locked shut. Impossible to open without unlocking it. I hadn't even looked at that thing in months. That night, I packed up and drove back to Duck. Despite planning to stay the whhole weekend...
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack. There's a kick. Lights out. The lights are out for Sikoa. He comes. This is it. John Cena. Adjustment for Cena. Is that all Cena needs? Byron, what do you think is going to be the key factor in this six-man tag team match?
It all comes down to which team can stay on the same page, Michael. It takes a lot of work to make sure everyone's doing their part. With a three-person team, hey, not any trio can be best friends and make it seem as easy as we do.
You just couldn't help yourself.
There's a kick and blockman. They might be able to put this one away right here.
And that's it. Scores the win for the team.
No muss, no fuss on that delivery. Someone clearly doesn't want this match to go on much longer than it has to.
Expected and wary, I peeked through the peephole. A man in a black suit and long coat stood outside, his dark hair neatly combed and his face expressionless. "You're back early," he said. Frozen, I asked who he was, but he remained silent. As I cracked the door open, he suddenly stepped back and vanished. No sound of a door, no footsteps, no car driving away. Nothing. I blinked and rubbed my eyes, wondering if I'd imagined it. After locking the door, I sat on the bed, my heart racing. I didn't tell anyone about the mysterious man. Who would believe such a story?
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold. There's a kick and lights out. Does that close it out for Black? He goes for the pin. Yeah, could be years.
There's the winners of the tag match.
Days later, at the return home, I checked my phone's GPS history. A massive gap between 10:30 p.m. and 5:30 a.m. with an unexplained detour on back roads I couldn't remember. A mechanic inspected my car and found everything functioning normally. Here's the rewritten text. My name's Clara, and I live in a small northern Vermont town where quiet nights reveal unexpected mysteries. It was late September a year ago, with the air still clinging to summer's warmth. I'm just a casual hobbyist who likes photographing stars, nothing professional.
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack mentality in full force here.
You have to remember, Cole, that this version of the bloodline is essentially comprised of the...
there's a kick and blockman. Lights out.
Did Black just put an end to this?
Got the cover. This might be the end.
It wasn't like anything I'd seen before, not a typical plane or satellite. The light pulsed with an almost deliberate rhythm. On, off,
Alistair Black, John Cena, and Joe Vaughn.
I couldn't explain it. Was it an optical illusion? Maybe a drone? But nothing quite matched what I was witnessing. Then something stranger happened. The light began descending, not dramatically like a meteor, but slowly drifting behind the tree line. I kept my camera trained on it, capturing its gradual descent. As it approached the treetops, the blinking light grew larger before vanishing completely. I waited another half hour, hoping it might reappear, but nothing happened. When I told my best friend
the bloodline
Maggie
looks
about
as
it the
menacing
next
as
day,
ever as they
she
prepare to
dismissed it as
establish
a
their
satellite
dominance
forever.
once again. There's a kick and blockman. Lights out. There is no coming back from that.
Searching for that
Going to the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
And now, everyone driving late at night, especially
There's the winners
winners of the tag match.
I can't help looking over my shoulder, wondering about that unexplained.
Here are your winners.
I still don't
The
know
team of Aleister Black.
who the man in black was. The questions remain hanging in the air like that strange rhythmic light. I was tucked away in the library's small reading nook, surrounded by a stack of astronomy books. The space was quiet, almost tomb-like, with dust seeming to hang motionless in the air. While flipping through a constellation guide, a man suddenly appeared across from me. He was clean-cut, probably in his late 30s, wearing jeans and a black jacket. Without warning,
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold-blooded, ruthless, and willing to do anything to stake their claim here in WWE.
Come on, Cole, that's what the bloodline is all. There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Aleister just turned the lights out.
And saw what was coming there.
Into the cover for the win.
John Cena, attitude adjustment. And that can vanquish Tama.
Oh, did you hear that?
Signal randomly.
Javon toying with his own.
Rained unexpectedly, and the persistent feeling of being observed.
Nobody's coming back from that.
He breaks the pen, keeping his team in
One
this one.
evening, walking home from the grocery store, a car with no visible license plate drove past
And he
me.
stops that offense.
Driver's face was hidden behind dark tinted windows. During the second pass,
Capitalizing on Sakaba's mistake.
Big time win in this tag team match.
That night, I returned to my backyard. Just regular skies, silent and unchanging. One summer afternoon, I was tracking a strange story about crop damage just outside La Mesa, Texas. I'm Sarah Donovan, a journalist who specializes in rural mysteries and local oddities, the kind of stories most people quickly forget or dismiss. The day was scorching, with a few wispy clouds and an air thick with dry grass and dust. I drove my old pickup down a dirt road till I reached a cornfield where something unusual had happened. One patch, about 50 feet wide, stood out dramatically. The
bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Black might have brought this to a close.
And he's into the pen.
Soil is hard.
Got it. What a match and what a great team.
Nervous, but
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black.
That night in my motel room, while reviewing my pictures and notes, my phone rang. The number showed up, but no one was there. Just static and faint clicking sounds. Later, I recalled another strange night. I had left the back door slightly open because of the warm weather while working on photo editing. A low, smooth humming noise outside caught my attention, like a distant engine, but quieter. It lasted around 20 seconds before fading away. When I stepped outside...
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pet.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Black might have brought this to a close.
Going for the cover. Solo. Shoulders are down.
Comes out on top in this tag team match. And now you have to protect that leg from further harm. You can't finish a match on one good leg alone.
A strange call came in one night at first, just sounding like a bad connection. But then I heard breathing. Slow and deliberate, not heavy or ragged, just present alongside soft clicks. I listened for 2 minutes, but nothing else happened. When I tried calling back, the phone went straight to voicemail. I thought it might be a prank, maybe someone messing with me because of the story I was working on. But the breathing lingered in the back of my mind. The next morning, I mentioned...
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cole.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. That can certainly do it.
Connors was going for the cover. Solo. Shoulders are down.
And they slip the win. What a tag match.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black.
A knock came at the door. When I opened it, a man dressed entirely in black stood before me. Jacket, pants, and a cap pulled low over his eyes. He looked like someone desperate to remain unnoticed. After a long, silent moment, he quietly said, "Stories can disappear too."
My father's a thoughtful man.
He never thinks of me.
When I'm in a good mood, I think of you, see? And then it ruins my day.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack mentality in full force here.
You have to remember, Cole, that this version of the there's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Ballister just turned the lights out.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders her down.
Wow, got it. Big time tag team win.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena, and Joe Voice.
That night on, my phone kept ringing with the same eerie pattern. Silence, clicks, breathing. I stopped answering. My work on the crop damage story began to unravel. Notes seemed to change subtly, with details shifting when I wasn't looking. Even photographs appeared different, with shadows and shapes I couldn't remember adding. I tried telling others about the calls and the mysterious man, but no one else experienced anything unusual. Something about the entire experience made me pull back. Was it a warning?
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cold-blooded, remorseless, and willing to do anything to stake their claim here in WWE.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Does that close out for Black?
Here's the cover.
And it's over. Big tag team win there.
Second round, small fire.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black.
Some kid-style boasting, trying to convince Abby that his flashlight could cut through anything. The yard was softly illuminated by the fire and some string lights Lisa had hung along the deck railing. Suddenly, Abby went quiet and pointed toward the woods at the edge of our property. "Look," she whispered. Following her gaze, I saw 3 perfect circles of light drifting silently across the yard. They were basketball-sized, maybe slightly larger, glowing with an unusual soft white light that seemed
The bell
sourceless.
rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Put a bow on it. This one's wrapped up.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders her down. And keeps it.
John Cena looking to end this. Is that going to silence for Cena?
These superstars face a unique set of challenges in this 6-man tag match.
Yeah, but we've seen teams of 3 struggle before. It's hard enough to communicate with one partner, but 2, you're in for a lot of work here.
No flashlight, nothing worked.
Oh, God.
The action spilling in our direction.
Right to the gut. Stop right to the gut. That hurt. There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. That could put someone out for good.
Got it. What a tag match we just saw.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black.
The next morning, Lisa noticed something odd. Mr. Garrison, our typically reclusive neighbor, was talking with a man dressed entirely in black, who seemed to blend into the morning fog. I'd seen Mr. Garrison a few times before, but this encounter seemed different. The night I was out on the dock at my Lake Crescent cabin, just after sunset, the sky was clearing from a light rain. Everything smelled of wet pine and earth. I was playing with my phone, trying to capture some evening light over the water.
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again inside the ring.
The latest incarnation of the Bloodline only has one move: total destruction. Doesn't matter who you are, you will come to respect the Bloodline.
It's a savage approach, but the Bloodline has certainly become one of the most...
There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. That's going to keep Sikoa down.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders her down.
And that's it. Scores the win for the team.
And a heartbreaker.
Here are your winners.
Driving away in a dark sedan. He claimed he hadn't spoken to anyone. Odd sounds started. Faint humming, sometimes outside the window, sometimes inside the walls. Just enough to make me pause and listen. Then, one morning, the mysterious folder vanished without a trace. No explanation, no sign of how it disappeared. I asked the neighbors, but no one had seen anything unusual. Mr. Stark Garrison avoided eye contact, seeming nervous. The strange lights never reappeared.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshot in this match.
Now, when I'm outside the road,
Will that be the deciding factor?
Going for the cover. Shoulders are down.
Is someone still watching? Something strange
Comes out on top in this tag team match.
I thought they might be stars. These weren't natural. Soft blue and white lights unavailingly, slowly shifting position without any obvious pattern. I zoomed in with my phone camera to get a better look. One light blinked off and then reappeared a few seconds later, now higher and closer to the shore. No sound accompanied its movement. The lake remained quiet, with only occasional fish splashes and wind rustling through trees breaking the silence. Suddenly, I noticed a figure standing completely still at the opposite edge of the dock. They were dressed entirely in black, not just dark clothing, but
Ice in
something
their veins.
designed
That's
to
perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cold blood.
reflective surfaces.
There's a kick and lights out.
That's got to be it. Big tag team win there.
Figure slowly turned its head, movement mechanical.
Here are your winners. The team
I was cycling along the shoreline, never breaking eye contact. Behind a cluster of trees, it vanished without a sound, no broken branches, nothing. By then, the mysterious lights on the lake's far side had disappeared, as if they'd never existed. I couldn't distinguish between what was real and what might have been my imagination. Back in the cabin, I checked the door locks twice. My phone had no signal, which wasn't unusual in this remote area. Yet the night felt heavy, as if something watched from the dark woods surrounding me. The next morning,
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshot in this match. That pack. There's a kick and lights out. Does that close out for Blood? Going for the cover. Shoulders are down.
And that's it. Scores the win for the team.
I've been back to the cabin a few times since, but I've never seen anything like that again. No lights, no figure, no mysterious crowd. Still, I can't shake the memory of that night, the eerie silence, and the figure that watched without a word before vanishing without a sound. The car stayed parked there all day near my cabin on the rarely used dead-end road. I debated calling the police, but figured they'd dismiss it as just another lost traveler. So I stayed inside, windows locked, watching the woods. I felt like someone might be lurking just beyond my sight. When I first approached the car, I walked slowly, unsure what
The
to expect.
Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance
I could've
once
sworn I saw
again.
movement behind
There's
the
a
two
kick
windows.
and lights out.
That has to be the end right there. Check the driveway. It's
Going for the cover. Shoulders are down.
Got it. Big time tag team win.
I couldn't explain anyway. We were driving through the Mojave Desert just after sunset, heading back to Los Angeles from Vegas. The sky was transforming, warm orange bleeding into deep purple as the desert quickly cooled. It was one of those peaceful drives where miles drift by and the radio plays softly in the background. I was driving, and Karen was searching for a radio station when the static began. A strange light caught my eye, hovering just above a low ridge near the highway. It looked like a detached headlamp or flare, rising slowly like a released balloon.
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cold. There's a kick and lights out.
Signed, sealed, and delivered.
It's going to be all over here.
There's the winners of the tag match.
Desert when everything went quiet. The radio died, and an eerie silence settled around us. We just alone and turned to Karen. Her wide eyes met mine, and we both sensed something was off. The road behind us remained empty, no cars, no lights, just us and the growing darkness. A rest stop appeared ahead, a small cluster of lights breaking the monotony of the landscape. I pulled in and killed the engine. The air felt different, thick with an unsettling tension. We stepped out, stretching our legs and scanning the area nervously. Near the payphones, a man caught my attention. He stood perfectly still.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick and lights out. Will that be it? Will that be enough? This could be it. You can win it all here.
Score the win. What a tag match.
Before the way, I caught a final glimpse of it. Unmoving, silent, somehow watching. Silence. The radio remained dead for miles until suddenly crackling back to life. Static faded and stations returned to normal. We both kept checking mirrors, half expecting to see the man or that strange light rising behind the hills. When we reached the city, the night had fully settled. The weird experience felt like a bubble about to burst, and we were relieved to leave the empty desert behind. Later, I checked the news.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold-blooded, remorseless, and willing to do anything to stake their claim here in WWE.
Come on, Cole. That's what the bloodline has always been about. Just because this version of the crew is unapologetic about that fact doesn't make it any less the case. Yes, the bloodline is cold-blooded, and that's what makes them continue to be as dominant.
There's a kick and Black Mass.
Lights out. Did Black just put an end to this? It looks like he could get it done here.
Cena! Two adjustment.
That could put Tama down for good.
There's a kick and Black Mass.
Lights out. Checkmate. It's over.
Taking advantage of the opportunity.
Got it. What a match and what a great team.
Just a bunch of leaves under my boots.
Here are your
About
winners.
2 miles in.
The team.
First, I dismissed it as my footsteps echoing or branches snapping. But then the sound changed. A faint mechanical clicking, like tiny gears turning or metal tapping against something. I stopped and looked around multiple times, but the trail remained empty. Thick trees surrounded me, yet nothing moved. The clicking continued, always just out of reach. Irregular and unsettling. I tried to rationalize it, maybe a loose pack part or a falling rock. But when I
The bell rings, the bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack. There's a kick and Black Mass.
Lights out. That's a game ender, gentlemen.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
Big time win in this tag team match.
Something watching. Always just beyond my
Here are your
perception.
winners.
Trail
The
sounds
team of
was closing in. Despite feeling spooked, I pressed forward. Pride kept me from turning back. Around noon, I finally reached the trailhead. The parking lot was filling with cars. My old Subaru sat near the entrance, and that's when I noticed him. A man in a black suit standing right next to my vehicle. Perfectly pressed, no tie. His hair slicked back, face blank and expressionless, as if looking at nothing at all. I was camping alone out near the
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And there's a kick and Black Mass.
Lights out. That's one hell of an exclamation mark.
Yank the shoulders down. This could be it.
I'm sitting by the fire, the sky dark, it's hard to get.
Scores the win. What a great team.
Caught my eye beyond the ridge, a few hundred yards from my
Here
camp.
are your
A
winners.
soft little
The
moon,
team of
the size of a basketball, hovered just above the ground. Unlike a plane or helicopter, it didn't blink or flash. Instead, it drifted slowly, almost floating without direction. The light was a pale blue-white, more intense than moonlight, and strangely, it cast no shadows. I watched, thinking it might be a drone or a released lantern, but then it started moving toward the ridge. First slowly, then faster, gliding silently. It disappeared behind the trees.
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That Pac-Man. There's a kick and Black Mass.
Lights out. Feeling like it's over for Sikoa.
It could be all over.
Standing
Score to win. What a tag match.
I approached, keeping my distance. I said hi. He looked at me
Here are your
slowly,
winners.
nodding
The
yes.
team of
That's how he said, his voice calm and low, making me shiver. Before I could ask what he meant, he turned and walked into the trees, vanishing into the fog like a ghost. I stood there, wondering if I'd imagined the entire encounter. On my drive home, every quiet moment brought me back to the clicking sound, the mysterious man, and those woods. I never heard that sound again, nor saw the man in black. Some parts of the trail aren't meant for us, even when we think they are. And some mysteries remain just
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again inside the ring.
The latest incarnation of the Bloodline only has one move: total destruction. Doesn't matter who you are, you will come to respect the Bloodline.
It's a savage approach, but the Bloodline has certainly become one of the most feared factions we've ever seen.
Goes into the corner.
What reflexes to stop There's a kick and Bloodmass.
Lights out. Alistair just turned the lights out. He's got him down to the pin. Scores the win. What a great team.
Here are your winners. The team of Alistair.
Days earlier, a strange encounter had left me unsettled. It happened in a quiet forest clearing where a black sedan had appeared without warning. The car was completely unmarked, its engine idling silently, exhaust visible in the cold air. I hadn't heard it arrive, and the nearest road was miles away. A man in a dark, fully buttoned suit and thin black tie stepped out. His hair was neat, his face expressionless. When he approached, standing about 10 feet away...
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack mentality in full force here.
You have to remember, Cole, that this version of the Bloodline is essentially comprised of the black sheep of the family. The ones never invited to the family reunion.
Winding up. There's a Samoan spike.
And on the cover.
Got caught with all of it. I was...
Oh, he saw it coming. There's a kick and Bloodmass.
Lights out. Alistair just turned the lights out.
Now attempts to cover.
Can he keep him down?
Got it. What a match and what a great team.
Another unexplained moment that would stay with me
Here are your
long
winners. The
I
team of Alistair Black. John Cena.
staring at a light hovering about 20 feet above the ground. It pulsed gently, almost breathing. Nothing moved around me. No wind, no insects, no sound. Just this strange orb of light. I kept my distance, shining my flashlight toward it from near my car. The light seemed to respond, dimming and brightening as if aware of my presence. An unexplained chill ran through me despite the warmth. Suddenly, a man appeared. He wasn't there a moment before.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cold-blooded or ruthless and willing to do anything to stake their claim here in WWE.
Come on, Cole, that's what the Bloodline is all about.
There's a kick and Bloodmass.
Lights out. Did Black just put an end to this?
Yank right off the apron. Covers.
This could be all over. Comes out on top in this tag team match.
And vanished into the
Here are your winners. The team of Alistair Black.
Unfolding it slowly, I expected a message or warning. Instead, only a strange symbol greeted me. A circle with uneven lines radiating from it like a broken sun or cracked compass. It wasn't any language I recognized. Returning to my car, I started driving. The empty, silent road stretched ahead. I glanced at the paper. The symbol remained unchanged. Just a crude drawing on plain paper. For the entire trip, questions consumed me.
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick and Bloodmass.
Lights out. Does that close it out for Black?
For the win!
It's over. Big tag team win there.
The sky, gray,
Here are your winners. The team of Alistair Black.
trail narrowed into a dense stretch of woods, where the path became little more than a dirt track. The usual forest sounds vanished completely. No birds, no rustling leaves, just an eerie stillness that made me pause and listen intently. A sudden bright flash caught my eye, like a camera burst or an intense lightning bug flickering just off the trail and deep among the trees. I squinted into the shadows but saw nothing. I continued walking, but the unnatural silence pressed against me.
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cole. There's a kick and lights out. That's going to keep Sikoa down. He wants to end this.
What a tag match we just saw.
Black sedan sat parked on the roadside.
Here are your winners.
With headlights
The
off.
team
It
of
looked like a
Alistair
nondescript
Black.
city vehicle with no distinguishing features or logos. The driver caught my attention immediately. A man in his mid-40s, clean-shaven with slicked-back dark hair, wore a black suit and an open-collared white shirt. He sat calmly, window down, and looked directly at me. "You okay?" he asked in a low, clear voice. "Just finished my hike," I responded, my own voice sounding strange in the stillness. He nodded and then spoke.
The bell
words
rings. The
that seemed
bloodline will
carry
surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack mentality in full force here.
You have to remember, Cole, that this version of the bloodline is essentially comprised of the...
There's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out. Black might have brought this to a close. He's going for the pin.
Got there. This is almost over. Oh, team adjustment.
That could put Tama down for good. Javon toying with his opponent a little bit.
Zapped off with a DDT.
My, oh my, what elevation.
There's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out.
Business here is all but over.
Shoulders down. Looking for the win here.
He made the save just in time.
The object hung about 100 feet above the ground.
Ooh, great anticipation. Face first. Toss. Power slam. Spinning heel kick.
Almost like it was moving. Clear sky behind it made the light stand out sharply against the stars.
Yank right off the apron.
Oh, no. Ooh, bullseye.
Each time I tried, the screen took a little.
Oh, nasty fall.
Set the phone down and just blocked.
Kick to the body, into the... Oh, sunset flip outlaw. Ooh, thunderous headbutt. Down in a hurry.
Silence was profound.
With the counter. Kick breaks the back of the leg.
There's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out.
Does that plug in the cover?
And that's it. Scores the win for the team.
Here are your winners.
The woods around
The
me
team
seemed
of
old.
Alistair Black, John Cena, and
I was more puzzled than anything. Something strange had caught my eye, and I couldn't quite make sense of it. As I started driving again, headlights suddenly appeared behind me. An old black sedan pulled up close, its tinted windows concealing the driver. Something felt off. He rolled down the window and spoke with a calm, authoritative tone. "You didn't see anything," he said firmly. I was confused. "What?" "Keep your eyes on the road."
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold-blooded, remorseless, and willing to do anything to stake their claim here in WWE.
Come on, Cole. That's what the bloodline has always been about.
There's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out.
Did Black just put an end to this?
Yank right off the apron. Now attacks the cover.
Can he keep him down?
Big time win in this tag team match.
I was expecting to see the crowd. I was late.
Here are your winners. The team of Alistair.
Photos I'd taken were gone, completely wiped, as if they'd never existed. I hadn't touched the phone since that moment. I told a few other drivers about what happened, but they either brushed it off or made jokes. Maybe they thought I was making it up, or maybe they just didn't want to get involved. I still don't know what that light was or who the man in the black car really was. The whole experience feels like something you're not supposed to discuss, but it happened, and it's haunted me ever since.
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack. There's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out.
The lights are out for Sikoa.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders her down.
Wow, got it. Big time tag team win.
For a soft lane, creating perfect conditions.
Here are your winners.
Focusing on a specific star cluster I've been reading about recently. Something strange happened while I was adjusting my camera settings. Stars began disappearing, not gradually fading, but blinking out like someone was flipping a switch. One by one, they vanished in a methodical sequence that sent a chill down my spine. I tried to rationalize what I was seeing, but the pattern was too deliberate to ignore. The cluster grew darker, with only a few stars remaining. I scanned my surroundings.
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out.
Feeling like it's over for Sokola. Can this be it? Is this the end? Oh, he makes the biggest save of the night.
It felt much longer.
And he said it for years. You want some? Come get some.
Desperately trying to document what I witnessed.
From the top. Off the mark with that one.
Atmospheric conditions.
Look at this. Blue Thunder. There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out.
No, it's a guy. That's going to do it. Cena can put it away here.
Wow, got it. Big time tag team win.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black.
Just stared, making me wonder if what I'd seen in the sky was somehow connected to their unexpected appearance. Here's the rewritten text. My solo camping trips have become a summer ritual, an escape from the city's noise and my own crowded thoughts. Weeks earlier, I'd chosen a secluded spot near a small lake in the Cascade Mountains, miles from the main trail. No range of check-in, no other campers nearby. Just me and the wilderness. Late afternoon sunlight.
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again inside the ring.
The latest incarnation of the Bloodline only has one move: total destruction. Doesn't matter who you are, you will.
There's a kick and Black Mass.
Lights out. Did Black just put an end to this?
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders her down.
Got it. What a match and what a great team.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black.
One without sunglasses had simply said, "Just keeping watch." When I offered coffee, they left without a word, vanishing like they'd never been there. Since then, everything felt different. The night sky seemed empty. Watching back, I'd review photos and videos from that night repeatedly, seeing stars blinking in ways no one else believed. Sometimes at the cafe, I'd catch glimpses of black suits in window reflections, feeling observed even when alone. Now,
the bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That packed. There's a kick and Black Mass.
Lights out. Goodbye and good night.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders her down.
And that's it. Scores to win for the team.
Here are your winners.
Right to left.
The team of
Soft, yet distinct. I remained completely motionless, my flashlight just out of reach inside the tent. Making a move seemed risky, potentially scaring off whatever was outside. The pacing continued for what felt like an eternity, maybe 20 minutes. Sometimes the steps would pause right next to the tent fabric, creating an unnerving silence. No wind, no wildlife sounds. Just a heavy, quiet pressing against the canvas walls. Eventually, the footsteps faded into the trees.
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick and Black Mass.
Lights out. Does that close out for Black? This has to be it.
Big time win in this tag team match.
I responded cautiously, faint smile and quickly
Here are your winners.
advanced to move on.
The team of Aleister.
Before I could question him, he walked inside the station. Moments later, his chair was empty. Searching around, I found no trace of him. Something about the entire experience felt unusual, not threatening. Exactly, but deeply unsettling. The woods seemed to be sending a message. Since that day, I haven't returned to those mountains, and if I do, I'll definitely check in first. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I found myself in the mountains near Bend.
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cole. There's a kick and black mass. Lights out.
Now that's how you put the nail in the coffin.
And under the covers.
The fate of the match is at stake. Scores the win. What a great team.
Here are your winners. The team of
almost rhythmic quality. Intrigued, I began recording, trying to capture this strange phenomenon. The lights danced smoothly across the landscape, left to right, up and down, with no accompanying sound or visible source. Despite zooming in, the distance made details impossible to discern. I filmed for about 10 minutes, convinced the movement was too precise to be random. Suddenly, footsteps behind me broke the silence. Turning quickly,
the bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick and black mass.
Lights out. That's one hell of an exclamation mark. This could be it. It could end right here. And they score the win. What a tag match.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena, and Javon.
Exchanged a knowing glance and vanished into the trees like shadows. Stunned, I was left holding my camera, an inexplicable weight settling over me. Later, at home, I discovered something even more unsettling. The video files were completely corrupted, leaving no trace of the mysterious lights or the strange encounter. I was parked on a quiet shoulder of a 2-lane highway in northern Oregon, completely disoriented. The sun was blazing through the windshield.
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cole. There's a kick and black mass.
Lights out. Black might have brought this to a close. He's eyeing the 3 count here. Keeps his team in this one.
At least the car started without.
He could be enjoying the moment too much, giving his opponent a lot of room. There's a kick and black mass.
Lights out. That's going to keep Sikoa down.
2. Oh, my God. Did you see that?
How in the world did he do that?
Here's Cena. Total adjustment.
Is that good?
Oh, I think I know what's coming next. Get ready. Black mass. Good night.
The lights are out for Sikoa.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders her down.
Comes out on top in this tag team match.
I felt strange. Just a pounding.
Here are your winners.
Something was off.
The team of
Later, when I tried to tell people about what happened, no one believed me. I had no evidence. My camera footage would open for a second, then freeze or show nothing but static. Every recovery tool I tried failed to restore the images. Since that day, I've avoided the mountains at night. Whenever I glance toward that ridge, I wonder about those lights, about the men in black with their calm warnings. But I don't think I'm meant to understand what really happened. I need to get going, I said.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick and black mass. Lights out.
That could put Solo down for good.
Recovering their opponent for the win.
There's the winners of the tag match.
That's why we're here.
Here are your winners. The team
No answers. What had I seen? I racked my brain, but only a strange memory gap surfaced. Look, I said finally. I don't know what you think I saw. I don't even remember half of today. The second man stepped closer, his face blank but intense. That will change. Will help you remember. Just relax. I wanted to slam the gas and get out of there, but my body wouldn't cooperate. A pressure filled my chest, like the air had thickened. The guys in black didn't move or threaten me, yet their presence felt heavy, weighing me down.
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack. There's a kick and black mass.
Lights out. That's a game ender, gentlemen. Pin, shoulders down. I could go in right now. Got it. What a tag match we just saw.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black,
Cooperate, he said. I swallowed hard, keeping my eyes on them. This was insane. Why were they here? Who were they? The highway stretched silent with distant cars. The sun grew hotter, sweat dripping down my neck. Why are you here? I asked again. What do you want from me? The first man smiled. Real, but just the tiniest edge of it. To make sure you stay quiet. My hands trembled. About what? He closed
the bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pass. There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. That's going to keep Sikoa down. Going for the cover. Solo shoulders her down.
There's the winners of the tag match.
Started most good thing.
Here are your winners. The team.
The sun has just dipped below the horizon. A few miles past the local power plant, the large coal-fired one that everyone in town jokes about but relies on. Something caught my eye. I'd driven this stretch of road countless times before, always quiet and uneventful. But that evening, just after 7 p.m., I spotted odd lights hovering over the facility. These weren't the usual work lights or warning beacons. They were smaller, brighter,
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cold-blooded, remorseless, and willing to do anything to stake their claim here in WWE.
Come on, Cole. That's what the Bloodline has always been about. Just because this version of the crew...
there's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out. Alistair just turned the lights out.
Yank! Here we go. He thinks this is it.
He comes to the rescue for his team. Taking out the arm. Great strategy.
Elbow drop, big time.
There's a kick. He's looking to do. This could be it. This could be the end. And a kick out. No one saw that coming.
Oh, that was more than close. That was inches away from 3 millimeters.
Look at Black now in an unfamiliar position. Not many men have survived a killing blow from the... there's a kick. There is no coming back.
And they score the win. What a tag match.
Here are your winners. The team of Alistair Black.
Made sense. All I knew was that I'd been watched, possibly controlled, and whatever happened wasn't over. Strangely, in the weeks that followed, I'd catch fleeting glimpses of a black car outways when I was alone, always for just a second. And I'm certain they aren't finished with me yet. I was heading home from work when I saw something strange over the northern cooling towers. It was about 7:10, and the lights just hovered there for maybe 5 minutes before moving behind the towers.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack mentality in full force here.
You have to remember, Cole, that this version of the Bloodline is essentially comprised of the black sheep of the family. The ones never invited to the family reunions or the cookouts because they're just plain dangerous men. Dangerous men, each with a few screws loose in their own respective rights.
Yep. There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out.
Feeling like it's over for Sikoa.
This could be it for the 3 count. Keeps his team alive. What a save. These superstars face a unique set of challenges in this 6-man tag. There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out.
Signed, sealed, and delivered.
2 count.
Got it. What a match and what a great team.
Here are your winners. The team of...
Folded calmly. Did you see any people around? Workers, maintenance crews? No. I told them. It was quiet. I saw only those lights. A tense silence followed, as if they were processing my words. Then the first man asked to look at my phone. I declined. He didn't press the issue, which only made me more uneasy. Look, I said. I don't know what those lights were, but it wasn't normal. I'm just a local curious about what I saw. The second man nodded slowly.
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cole. There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out.
Now's the time to capitalize.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down. There, teammate makes the save. Boom, face first.
We're about to see it.
Hey. Solo Sikoa. And it's Solo looking for the win. Kicking out before the count.
This is where great cardio makes all the difference, helping you stay alive deep into the match.
That didn't go as Solo pictured. There's a kick. Will that be it? Will that be it?
Javon toying with his opponent a little bit.
Not sure if he should waste all his time hot-dogging around.
Oh.
There's a kick and blood mass.
Lights out.
That could put Solo down for good.
Makes the cover.
Wow, got it. Big-time tag team win.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And there's a kick and blood mass.
Lights out. That's going to keep Sikoa down.
He's got the shoulders down. This is it.
And it's over. Big tag team win there.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena.
It was small, weathered, with broken windows, and a sagging porch that looked untouched for decades. I set up my tent near a cluster
The
of
bell
fir
rings. The
trees,
bloodline will surely be
enjoying the
looking to
solitude
run
and the
roughshod
natural
in this
forest
match.
back.
That pack.
As evening
There's a
approached
kick
and the
and
sun
blood
got low,
mass.
I decided to pull back into the cover with Sikoa. The sky was fading with deepening twilight and something extraordinary happening near. About 30 yards from the cabin.
And that's it. Scores the win for
It
the
wasn't
team.
harsh or bright, but softly illuminated from within, a pure white light that remained focused. My initial thought was that it might be an abandoned lantern or campfire, but something felt different. There was no smoke, no heat, no sound. The forest had fallen into an unnatural silence. For about 5 minutes, I stood completely still, watching the orb. Then it began to move, gliding slowly and silently toward the cabin. When it reached the porch, it paused near a broken window before vanishing instantly. That night was restless. A faint,
Ice in their
mysterious humming
veins. That's
seemed to
perhaps the only
vibrate
way to
around
describe
me,
this
coming
version of
from
the bloodline.
everywhere.
Cold-blooded, remorseless, and willing to do anything to stake their claim here in WWE.
Halfway to my
Come
car,
on, Cole. That's what the
unexpected
bloodline is
encounter
all
occurred.
about.
There's
A
a
man in
kick
a
and
black
blood
suit,
mass.
on the tire,
Goodbye and good night.
This is it. See,
Dark,
Cole put him
sleek
right
back
here.
hair, the focused expression of the I slowed down before the Hey! He stopped and responded. It's been clean, he said
Here are your
matter-of-factly.
winners.
Confused,
The
I
team
answered.
of
But the
Aleister
statement
Black.
hung in the air, mysterious and unnerving. I was working the late shift at the old radio tower on the edge of Millbrook, a small town upstate New York. It was early November, and the night had settled in heavy and quiet with a cold fog rolling in from the river just a mile away. The tower itself wasn't much, just a rusty metal structure with a cramped room at the top where I managed local emergency broadcasts and kept the signal running for a handful of small communities nearby. That night started
The bell
by getting
rings.
up.
The bloodline
I
will
got to
surely
the
be
tower
looking to
around
run
9:00
roughshod in this
p.m.
match.
Grabbed
That
my jacket.
there's a
Climbed the
kick
spider
and blood
staircase.
mass. Lights out.
Feel like it's over. for Sikoa. It looks like he could get it done here.
Silence was absolutely acceptable. So
Comes out on top in this tag team match.
Checks when the radio started to crackle and static. At first, it was
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black, John Cena, and Javon Evans.
The Bloodline taking the loss in this one.
Never a good thing when the Bloodline doesn't get their way. There will be hell to pay for
They
this.
smiled cold and distant. Don't come back. I tried to argue, insisting what I had experienced was real. But something in his manner made me hesitate. I'm just hiking, I told him, but he seemed uninterested in my explanation. He paused, then added cryptically, "Thank you for your discretion," before vanishing into the forest shadows as quickly as he had appeared. In the days that followed, an uneasy feeling lingered. I kept looking over my shoulder, sometimes catching a glimpse of a faint light flickering just beyond the trees. I avoided that part of the trail and shared my story with
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again inside the ring.
The latest incarnate.
I'm still trying to understand
Way back. Spike. That's going to keep Black down.
An ineffective pin.
Not a whole lot of luster behind it.
When he manages to there's a kick and lights out.
Just put an end to this.
The save.
That might have been it.
Blue Thunderbomb.
This has got to be.
There's a kick and Black Mass.
Lights out. No hits of that.
Going for the pin.
Scores the win. What a great team.
Here are your winners. The team
The skin unnaturally pale in the dim light. Something about his stance was unnatural, almost statuesque. One hand was raised, palm facing me in a clear gesture to stop. For a moment, I thought I might be imagining things. The fog was dense, the room dark, the static persistent. But when I looked again, he remained completely still, watching me intently. I couldn't quite make out his eyes, whether they were dark or reflecting the faint glow of the control panel.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cole, there's a kick and Black Mass.
Lights out. Does that close it out for Black?
He's going for the pin.
It's over. Big tag team win there.
Turned and stepped off the cupboard, vanishing into
Here are your
the fog.
winners.
The
The
wisps
team of Aleister
sank
Black.
listening to the lingering static in the tower's machinery. When the morning shift arrived, I shared my experience, but they dismissed it. Fatigue, they said. Fog, playing tricks. But this was just the beginning. Over the next few days, my phone started malfunctioning. Calls wouldn't connect. Texts failed to send. Something was definitely wrong. The sky was just beginning to lighten, but the world remained hushed when I pulled into the truck stop off I-Interstate 40, somewhere between Albuquerque and Gallup.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cole, there's a kick and Black Mass.
Lights out. That's going to keep Sikoa down.
Going for the cover. Shoulders to that.
Comes out on top in this tag team match.
I started feeling uneasy, catching myself looking over
Here
my
are your
shoulder,
winners.
sensing
The
something
team of Aleister Black, John
darkness. A few nights earlier, walking to my car in the parking lot behind the tower, I'd spotted a black sedan parked near the wood's edge. It stood out too pristine and polished compared to the pickup trucks and older sedans typical of the area. As I approached, two men in dark suits similar to the one I'd seen on the tower stepped out. They moved with calm purpose, not rushed, and one looked directly at me, offering a small nod. A cold knot formed in my stomach as one of them spoke. His voice
The
low
Bloodline
and
looks as
serious.
menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again.
Something
There's a
better
kick
than
and Black Mass. Lights out. Aleister just turned the lights out. You cover, playing the match. That's gotta be it.
What a tag match we just saw.
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black.
His movements and the warning. Though I never saw him or the two men again, their presence lingered. Each time I climbed the tower, I felt watched. as if the fog itself was waiting for someone. Eventually, the static faded and broadcasts returned to normal. The feeling remained. Now, late at night when the wind is just right and thick fog rolls in, I swear I can hear that same hiss creeping back through the radio, soft and steady, like a warning from somewhere just beyond the trees. The early morning
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. There's a kick and lights out. Checkmate. It's over.
No stranger to watching this.
Going for the pin for the win.
And they score the win. What a tag match.
Just a few hundred feet off the ground, it sliced through the darkness. Two
Here are your winners. The team of Aleister Black.
And vanished behind a distant ridge. I rubbed my eyes, wondering if fatigue was playing tricks on me, but I knew what I saw. At the store around 5 a.m., the sky was starting to lighten. That's when I noticed him. A man in a black suit sitting at the back, looking completely out of place. Polished shoes, neat hair, clean-shaven face. He seemed older, maybe late 50s, but there was something about him that made me uncomfortable. I ordered my coffee and
ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. There's a kick. It's lights out.
That could put Solo down for good.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down. Oh my God! What a shocker! Able to somehow power out at two.
Sometimes.
Byron, what do you think is going to be the key factor in this six-man tag team match?
It all comes down to which team can stay on the same page, Michael. It takes a lot of work to make sure everyone's doing their part. With a three-person team, hey, not any trio can be best friends and make it seem as easy as we do.
You just couldn't help yourself, Coach Sexton.
What?
It's starting to take their toll on him a little.
That's the way for it.
There's a kick. He's got it again. Here we go.
Big time win in this tag team match.
Here are your winners. The team of
Fast light that defied explanation. It all started during a solo hike in the San Gabriel Mountains last spring. I'd set out around 3 p.m. on a crisp afternoon, planning to explore a trail between Eden Canyon and Mount Wilson. The path was quiet, with most hikers turning back early while I pressed deeper toward a ridge overlooking the valley. By 5:30, I'd stopped in a clearing to drink some water when something caught my eye to the east. At first, I assumed it was a helicopter, but its movement was nothing like any aircraft I'd encountered before. When I mentioned the incident to my friend from the road, he laughed it off. But I knew what I'd seen. The mysterious man's
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. There's a kick. Lights out.
Gets over for Sokoa.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
Wow, got it. Big time tag team win.
I spotted something weird up near the ridge as the sun was low. A object, kind of oval, hovered silently a few hundred feet above the treetops. It shimmered like metal brushed with oil or mercury. Catching the light in an odd way, I fumbled for my phone and snapped a couple of pictures, zooming in as best I could. Then, just like that, it vanished. No sound, no whoosh, just blinked out like someone flipped a switch. I scanned the ridge where it had been, but nothing was there. No aircraft, no drone, nothing.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out.
Black might have brought this to a close.
Yeah, he covers. Is this it?
Could be. Got it. What a match and what a great team.
It looked out of place, not your typical hikers. Dressed in black suits, white shirts and black ties. Hair so perfectly styled they seemed to have stepped right out of a magazine. They were clearly not from around here. One was tall and gaunt with sharp features, the other shorter and stockier, wearing dark glasses despite the fading daylight. Without any introduction, the tall one asked, "Did you take any photos today?" I hesitated, glancing at my phone on the passenger seat. "Yeah," I said. "I got a couple of pictures of something weird up near the ridge." The man's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes...
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. There's a kick and Black Mass. Lights out.
That's got to be
Scores the win. What a great team.
They exchanged a brief look before the taller one leaned in.
Here are your winners.
Softly.
The team
We
of
are asking your team to meet the photos and don't talk about this. I stepped back, feeling like I was in some bad movie. I'm not comfortable with that. Is this some kind of joke? I was out by Lake Penderail in northern Idaho just past dusk on a chilly spring evening. I hadn't planned to be there long, but the trail was quiet and the sky was darkening. My phone was full of photos, blurry shots of something metallic against the sky. At first, I thought nothing of them. Then 2 men
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold-blooded, remorseless, and willing to do anything to stake their claim here in WWE.
Come on, Cole. That's what the bloodline has always been about. Just because this version of the crew is unapologetic about that fact doesn't make it any less the case. And yes, the bloodline is cold-blooded, and that's what makes them continue to be.
There's a kick and bloodbath. Lights out.
Might brought this to a close.
Cover on Tama. This could do it.
Got it. There's the winners of the tag match.
I felt like I'd accidentally seen something I wasn't supposed to.
Here are your winners.
A glimpse of
The
something.
team of
That sleep was impossible. The encounter felt like a half-remembered dream, except the photos were right there on my phone. I scanned the news obsessively. Nothing about unusual sightings, no missing persons, no government statements. The next day, I returned to the trailhead. The parking lot was empty. I hiked a little way up, but everything seemed normal. No black suits, no sedan, no metallic shapes. I told a few close friends about the men, but not about what I'd seen. Nobody really believed me. I kept the photos to myself, not wanting them online or anywhere public. Weeks later, I'd sometimes think about those 2 men, how calm and confident they were, as if this was routine for them. Eventually, I deleted the photos, not because I wanted to, but because it felt safer. Yet sometimes, when I'm hiking or looking at the sky, I wonder, are they watching? Is that thing still out there, hidden just beyond the ridge, waiting to be noticed again? Night had fallen, and I needed a break from work. A quiet evening by the lake seemed perfect. I packed my camera and phone, hoping to capture some star photographs. The fishing spot was deserted, which wasn't surprising for a weekday night. Cold air nipped at my skin, making each breath visible against the darkness. I set up near the lake's glass-like surface, which mirrored the stars with stunning clarity. About an hour into my photography session, something unusual caught my eye. Across the lake, strange lights danced just above the tree line. They weren't typical aircraft lights. These moved differently, with no consistent pattern. Colors shifted unpredictably. Red,
And the
green,
Fiend just
pale
might be one of the
blue,
most
almost
intimidating
like
superstars to ever step into the ring.
Bray Wyatt's a tremendous competitor, but when he lets the Fiend in, he's on a whole other level. To tell the truth, he's on a whole other plane of existence.
The Fiend, which made the display even more mysterious. For 10 minutes, they meandered above the trees before vanishing behind a dense cluster of fir trees. Reviewing the video,
Definitely not of this world, but he certainly knows how to be dangerous in it.
The pit in your stomach grows when you stare across the ring and your fate is the massive Yokozuna. There are not many superstars who can compare in sheer size and strength.
Yeah, it's not in your best interest to try and take on Yokozuna head-on. That can crush your spirit and your body.
Refusing to locate my
Isolating
position
their
despite maintaining
opponent's
cellular
arm,
data.
and oh!
Something felt off about the entire situation.
Delivering
Forrest behind me,
nasty
calm,
stomps.
silent.
You can feel the resentment building with each stomp there.
Sounds, just my footsteps
Ripping
breaking
at the
through
eyes.
stillness.
That was showing great awareness of positioning, placing yourself between the ref and your opponent.
When I noticed 2 men standing near my truck in the parking lot, they looked completely out of place.
Down with a suplex.
No ties.
Hold on a second. He might be finding a submission hold here.
And the rope providing a bit of safety here.
Getting back to his feet, but might want to reconsider.
Took the videos near the lake. The taller man asked me.
Ah, that surprises the Fiend.
Right to the throat.
Yokozuna's size definitely makes him one of the more intimidating superstars on the roster. Corey, how can you not be defeated in the pin?
Here we go.
Second man stuff. It's a technical issue. You need to take into account
that will end it.
Wow.
Yep.
Something in the device can cause problems if left
Here is your winner.
My stomach tightened. Something felt wrong. These mysterious strangers appearing out of nowhere demanding my phone after I'd recorded something unusual. I don't think I'm comfortable handing it over, I said. The tall man's gaze remained steady. We're not asking. Give us the phone. My heart raced, but I tried to stay calm. I don't know who you are. You can verify the video yourself. He shook his head. That won't be necessary. We'll return it once fixed. You won't notice
As
it.
violent as he is unpredictable, the Fiend is a truly unhinged opponent. Inside the ring, the Fiend's only motive is destruction.
Sorry, I said.
You can't really overstate how truly terrifying the Fiend is. There's no reasoning with this dark entity. He just wants to see his competition suffer. Simple as that.
Win or lose, I think we can count on the Fiend getting his way in that regard. There will be suffering here tonight.
But also in the ring is the ever-imposing Yokozuna. Now, he is a challenge most superstars just aren't ready for.
Yokozuna is in a class of his own, Saxton. Absolutely vicious between the ropes. All that Yokozuna cares about is getting the W. And if he has to break a few of his opponent's bones in the process, then so be it.
No mercy being shown to the Fiend here.
The Fiend needs to find a way to get back on the saddle.
Just after sunset.
Oh, what a clothesline.
Forcefully delivered.
But still holding on to some fading
Flying through the air. It connects.
They got all of that. Just taking flight and soaring through the sky.
I like this aggression, just pure brutality.
Easy.
That showed a complete lack of respect for your competition and for our sport. You know, Corey, for a man his size, Yokozuna's speed and agility usually catches anyone he faces off guard.
Yeah, Cole, that's a massive advantage for him to have. No matter how many times we see him in action, Yokozuna always manages to surprise us with his athleticism.
Uh-oh. Samoan drop! And slides back into the ring.
Later.
Taking flight! What? Completely throwing self-preservation out the window.
I don't know how your mind would even think about doing that.
Sister Abigail.
What a truly merciless act by the Fiend, looking to absolutely annihilate his victim.
Voice said, "We're calling regarding your device." I sat down, unsure whether to
Down with the Samoan drop.
And he's looking out of sorts now.
Yokozuna making devastating use of his lift off. Whoa, look out.
Took a leap of faith and connected perfectly. This could be just what they needed.
Fending off the Fiend.
Trading counters here. Sister Abigail.
There's such interest in a simple video in a quiet way. It feels like something
Some intimidation tactics from the Fiend.
The rest area was quiet and Jake's pulled in. Something caught my eye.
Ouch. Ooh, pinpointing the trachea.
The Fiend and Bray Wyatt's in a bind.
This is just nasty. I like this aggression, just pure brutality. Easy. Looking to end this once and for all.
No, just got the shoulder up.
This match is getting pushed beyond the normal limits.
Instead, he stood in the dim light, staring directly at us. Jess really stopped the fight.
Oh, he had that scattered.
That response was chilling and direct.
These superstars have endured so much punishment.
Certainly looking worse for wear, but the tide can shift at any moment.
Strangely unexpected.
Clothesline!
Well, that'll leave a mark.
The match clearly taking a heavy toll.
Yeah, he's absolutely in danger of losing it all here. Oh, look at this ruthlessness in the bottom turnbuckle.
And Yokozuna's maintaining the advantage now.
This is what Yokozuna does, catching you off guard with his impressive athleticism and agility.
Oh, no. A big splash.
There's that agility and ruthlessness on display from the Hall of Famer.
That kind of combination is why Yokozuna is so unique, even among big men.
Checking the rearview mirror and scanning his numbers.
Not looking good. In this position.
At the cabin, the forest sounds felt strange. The wind through pine trees, settling birds. Everything seemed heavier, more watchful. That night, sleep evaded me. The man's warning echoed in my mind. I checked my phone for evidence.
He's heading to the outside. Better watch for the referee's count.
And Yoko is clearly looking for a fight here.
A great display of confidence, but he doesn't want to give his opponent added motivation. Will he get on with it already? This is a fight.
No other signs caught my eye. I snapped a few phone photos, even though the thick mist made visibility poor.
Like a brick wall running into you.
The Fiend has no control here.
Yeah, Yokozuna is clearly in control.
The eerie sensation lingered with her throughout the day. Over the next couple of days, strange occurrences became our constant companion.
Turns things around with a headbutt.
Acting up, and static before dying unexpectedly. Jess's watch directed despite being fully charged. Even the cabin's
a colossal headbutt from Yokozuna, and the big man looking to end it all right here. Yoko making the climb to the middle rope. Bonsai drop.
Is it enough? Is it enough for Yokozuna?
The mysterious man watching from the tree line. Nothing repeated. Now when I reflect,
you can sense it. This crowd is on pins and needles. The WWE Universe is ready to erupt.
Are we close to the beginning of the end?
Jesse's been simply doing and I've been waiting for urging us to tell you how.
Eludes the attack.
Still can't explain what we accomplished.
There it is! Reversal!
Yokozuna's pushing back now.
But Yokozuna still has to do more to get...
Yoko says this one's over. Bonsai drop.
That's going to keep the Fiend down. This has been an epic encounter.
These fans are sending the decibel level off the scale.
Yoko says this one's over.
Bonsai drop. Will Yokozuna seal the deal?
Hoisted up high here.
Down into the shoulder. This is just nasty. Oh, look at his aggression, just pure brutality.
Come on, easy.
And the Fiend just can't mount any offense.
Yeah, Yokozuna is executing his game plan.
Being carried around now.
Down into the shoulder. That hurt. Put into the corner.
Headbutt by the big man. This is not going to be pretty. Dragging his opponent to the corner. Taking his time. Up to the second rope. And the
Bonsai drop. Can that finish the Fiend?
Two. He stays alive. He stays alive.
How close was that? That was about as close as it could get without it all being over for him.
And absolutely no idea how that didn't work out.
Going for the cover. He might just have it.
Yokozuna did it. What a huge victory.
Here is your winner, Yokozuna.
And we're set to go here with Eddie Guerrero. And with Eddie, there's always the lie, cheat, steal factor that could come into play.
Well, everyone has their right to their interpretation, and Latino Heat's thoughts about the WWE rulebook are certainly unique.
It's a Guerrero family tradition, and it has definitely proved successful. Anyone locking up with Eddie better be ready for it.
And across the ring is the cream of the crop himself, Macho Man Randy Savage. What's that saying about the cream always rising to the top? In Savage's mind, he already has this match won.
Macho Man's energy has to be one of his greatest assets. Corey, How do you even keep up with the madness?
Well, Cole, Savage is always at an 11. So there's really no keeping up with that. But there is slowing him down, disrupting his tempo. That's the actual strategy when you're up against the Macho Man.
Goodness gracious.
Oh, man, that's like death by 1,000 cuts.
Eddie Guerrero. Oh, we know what he's doing, Michael. Go for the second. And with the completion, we see 3 amigos.
That's Guerrero showing that just when you expect him to cheat, he can just out-wrestle you instead.
Wait. Then he gets the shoulder up before 2. Still in it. Jeez.
And qualified.
Oh, great display of strength with the suplex.
And he turned it around.
Powerbomb position. But right hands create separation and an escape.
Flat out power into the scoop slam.
Something bad is coming his way, and he has no clue.
Up high.
Crash landing.
Crash landing. Powerbomb.
That powerbomb was absolutely worthy of both halves of its name. Trying to wrestle free their opponent's arm, has the arm trapped.
Oh, stop right to the hand.
The proverbial mud hole has been stomped, and now it's time to walk it dry.
Some serious damage to the arm being inflicted here.
Savage is running into trouble.
This is what happens when you slow Savage down. It's hard to go to 11 when your whole tempo has been disrupted.
Ooh!
3 amigos coming from Eddie Guerrero, vintage Guerrero.
A little 3 amigos from Latino Heat.
Eddie giving the universe a little bit of that charismatic Latino heat.
Savage avoids damage.
He's not in a good spot here, guys. Eddie backed into a proverbial corner, unable to find an angle.
Yeah, Macho's intensity couldn't be contained.
What a display of strength here. Big backbreaker. He goes for the pin.
Could this be it?
He breaks the ref's count before 2.
Still not enough to put him away.
Oh, no, it's roll up. And what's this?
Why'd he do that? What's going on? Oh. Going up. Uh-oh.
Fighting out. Hammering away with punches to the face.
Big time powerbomb. Got the leg and elbow drop. Focusing on the leg there.
Eddie Guerrero with a well-timed shot.
Goodness gracious.
He's heading to the top turnbuckle. Look at the high blood splash.
This is Eddie's chance.
There's 2. Shoulder up before 3.
Savage will not stop fighting. The Macho Man doesn't know the meaning of the word quit.
And now Eddie has to shake that outcome off. He has to keep his mind on his opponent. Latino Heat doing some damage.
Guerrero's bouncing the opposition around like a lowrider.
Oh, this could be it. They could end it right here. Eddie Guerrero scores the victory.
Here is your winner, Eddie Guerrero.
Hang on, on this one. And she's not in my lineup. Why? Alright, so the card, not worried about Rock and Jade. 5,000, they can jam that. So really just need Cena. Actually, so that big a deal if I don't get Cena. How much do we need for 20 packs? 540. So in my money, in my country, real money, it's going to cost fucking $200 for a 20 pack. 2K, you're fat. You're cooked. Um, um, I highly doubt they've updated it. I think they've just given up on World Tour personally, but alright guys, just gonna quickly go to the toilet, but I'll come back and excuse me, we'll start the grind.
Unfortunately, it's just not that over here, unless you're in a town where there's a population that is familiar with him from CMLL. But in his environment, he's the biggest babyface in wrestling.
25 of the internet's creepiest conspiracy theories. Theory number 1, the Slender Man experiment. Slender Man started as a simple internet creation back in 2009 on a forum called Something Awful. Now, the story goes that the character was part of a Photoshop contest where people made eerie images with hidden figures. One user edited in a tall, faceless man in the background of children's
The
photos.
Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again.
And here's where the conspiracy
And
side
Sikoa
comes
gets
in.
whooped. There's a kick. Alistair just turns the lights out.
As an intentional experiment against the idea that if enough people see this
Comes out on top in this tag team match.
Here are your winners. The team of Alistair Black, John Cena, and Joe
was designed to test this. I mean, by spreading quickly online through creepy stories, memes, and fan art, it pulled millions of minds into giving energy to this faceless figure. Now, instead of just, staying fiction, it supposedly crossed over into people's lives with stories of sightings, dreams, and even violent events linked back to the Slenderman image. Now, some theories go further and suggest that certain groups, whether occult circles or even shadowy researchers, knew exactly what they were doing.
The bell rings, the Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack. There's a kick and Blackman's lights out.
Turn the lights out.
And Tonga going for the cover. Shoulders are down.
Scores the win. What a great team.
That was a powerbomb with one message in mind. Absolute destruction.
It leaves people wondering if ideas themselves can take on a life of their own when enough people believe in them. Theory number 2, Frederick Valentich. Frederick Valentich was a young pilot in Australia back in 1978. Now, he was flying a small Cessna over Bass Strait, a stretch of water between the mainland and Tasmania. It was a routine training flight, and he radioed into Melbourne air traffic control. He reported seeing a strange craft hovering above him.
The bell rings, the Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack mentality in full force here.
You have to remember that this version of the Bloodline is essentially comprised of the...
There's a kick and Blackman's lights out.
That's got to be the end right there.
He looks like he's about to put his opponent.
Going for the cover. Shoulders are down.
There's the winners of the tag match.
What followed was a burst of metallic scraping
Here are your
sounds,
winners.
and then after that,
This is Delta Sierra Juliet. Is there any known traffic below 5,000 feet? No known traffic. Seems to be a large aircraft below 5,000 feet. What type of aircraft is it? I cannot confirm. See some landing lights. The aircraft has just passed over me at least 1,000 feet above. Is there any Air Force aircraft in the vicinity? No known aircraft in the vicinity.
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cole. There's a kick and Blackman's lights out.
That could put Solo down for good.
Shoulders down.
Trying to end it. Got it. What a match and what a great team.
Here are your winners. The team of Alistair Black, John Cena.
The thing is just orbiting on top of me. It's also got a green light and it's sort of metallic, like it's shiny on the outside. It's just vanished. That strange aircraft hovering on top of me again. It's hovering and it's not an aircraft.
search teams went out looking for him, but no wreckage was ever found. There was no sign of Valentich, and there was no sign of his plane. That gap
the Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick and lights out. That's going to keep Sikoa down.
like this could be the end. This is where desperation becomes a factor. Time to pull out all the stops.
There's a kick and lights out. Goodness, here is all the
Wow, got it. Big time tag team win.
Number 3.
Here are your winners. The
Circleville, Ohio started getting anonymous handwritten letters that accused neighbors of dirty secrets and warned of consequences, often naming names and naming a supposed affair between a school bus driver, Mary Gillespie, and the school superintendent, Gordon Massey. Now, the letters were oddly specific, and they were honestly pretty crude. They were written in a blocky, slanted hand and postmarked from Columbus with no return address, and they kept turning up in mailboxes and on doorsteps, making
ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cole, there's a kick and lights out. Does that close out for Black? Going for the cover. Shoulders are down.
Big time win in this tag team match.
Years later, in 1983,
Here are your winners.
the Angels
The team
a trap at her home, and it was a device rigged with a gun that might have been meant to kill. Investigators traced that weapon back to Paul Freshore, which was Mary's brother-in-law, and he was eventually arrested and convicted for the attempted murder related to the trap. Freshore's conviction seemed to answer the question for some, but the letters did not stop when he went to prison, and at least one letter was even mailed to him while he was behind bars, which deepened doubts about whether he alone...
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack mentality in full force here.
You have to remember, Cole, that this version of the bloodline is essentially comprised of the Black...
There's a kick and lights out.
Black might have brought this to a close.
And he's into the pin.
What a tag match we just saw.
And some
Here are your
investigators have
winners.
said that they know
The team
personally accepted. So the Circleville letters, stays pretty tangled. There were very real threats and violence. There was an attempted murder and a suspicious death. There was a conviction that explained part of the harm, and then letters that kept arriving in ways that never, neatly fit one single explanation. Theory number 4, Helltown, Ohio. Now, Helltown is the name that people gave to an abandoned area in Boston Township, Ohio, back in the 1970s. Now, what happened was that the federal government bought up houses and land to make part of the Cuyahoga Valley National Park. Now, families were forced out, homes were boarded up, and whole
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cole, there's a kick and lights out. Does that close out for Black? Shoulders are down.
Is this the end? And the score win. What a tag match.
Others said that there were strange creatures spotted near the boarded houses. They were tall figures and mutated animals that didn't look normal. So the idea grew that Helltown wasn't just abandoned, it was off limits for a reason. Roads were blocked, signs warned drivers to keep out, and local kids told stories about satanic cults meeting in the old church, and buses left rotting by the roadside. Now, instead of being just another quiet Ohio town, it turned into a hotspot for ghost stories and rumors of government secrets. Some theories go further and connect the place to secret
The bell
military
rings. The
activity.
bloodline will surely be
They said
looking to
it
run
closed
roughshod
off
in this
roads
match.
for a
That
way
pack
to
mentality in full force here.
You have to remember, Cole, that this version of the bloodline is essentially comprised of the...
There's a kick and lights out.
That's going to keep Samoa down.
Not so fast.
Theory number 5.
Looks like John Cena is locked in on his opponent.
There's a kick and lights out.
That has to be the end right there.
2 count.
And it's over. Big tag team win there.
And wearing a
Here are your
twisted
winners.
fixed
The team
reports say he showed up on quiet streets, under streetlights, and sometimes inside homes, appearing suddenly and then vanishing without explanation, which made him feel less like a drunk person or a prowler, and more like something pretty fucking uncanny. Now, local police took multiple calls in that period, which pushed the legend beyond a handful of rumors and into a pattern people worried might be real. Now, the explanations for this, range pretty widely. Some say that he was a
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold-blooded, relentless, and willing to do anything to stake their claim here in WWE.
Come on, Cole, that's what the bloodline has always been about. Just because this version of the crew is unapologetic about that fact doesn't make it any less.
There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out.
Feeling like it's over for Sikoa.
Yeah, right as the apron. Into the colors. This might be
string of big night sightings, a terrifying face that people remember.
There's the winners of the tag match.
Going on can be read as folklore born from real fear, as a handful of misidentified people, or as the city still likes to whisper about when the streets go quiet. Fury number 6, the butterfly people of Joplin. In May of 2011, a powerful EF5 tornado ripped through Joplin, Missouri, and left unimaginable destruction in its path. Entire neighborhoods were flattened, thousands were injured, and more than 150 people lost their lives. Now, in the middle of all of that devastation, strange stories began to emerge, especially from children who survived. They described
ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. Put him on. This one's wrapped up. This could be it.
What a tag match we just saw.
Possible moment and somehow keeping people alive.
Here are your winners.
That these weren't just hallucinations caused by trauma. They claimed that the butterfly people were angels or even interdimensional beings that revealed themselves only in the chaos. And because so many separate accounts lined up, the idea grew that, something extraordinary happened that day. So the theory is that the tornado wasn't just a natural disaster, it was also a window into another reality. By pushing people to the edge of life and death, it supposedly allowed them to glimpse beings that
the bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. Alistair just turns the lights out. Deep into the match. This could
tag team match came again and again, especially from kids who had no reason to invent them, has kept the mystery alive. It leaves people wondering if something beyond humans stepped in that day, and whether disasters opened doors to forces that we don't usually see. Theory number 7, the Pollock twins.
And there's no way they're going to just accept that.
In 1957, two young sisters in Hexham, England, Joanna and Jacqueline Pollock, were killed in a car accident while walking to church. Their parents, John and Florence, were, of course, devastated, and for a long time their grief had no end. Now, about a year later, Florence gave birth to identical twin girls, Jillian and Jennifer, and what unfolded afterward became one of the strangest cases tied to reincarnation. Now, as the twins grew, their parents noticed unusual behaviors. Jillian and Jennifer asked for toys that had once
looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick.
They also recognized places in town that they had never visited. Jennifer was born with birthmarks that matched scars and markings with beyond physical traits. Their personalities seem to echo the older sisters as well. Vivian carried herself like Joanna, while Jennifer moved and acted in ways that mirrored Jacqueline. For their parents, these weren't just coincidences. They were seen as signs that their lost daughters had somehow returned. Now, the case eventually attracted the attention of researchers who studied claims of past lives, and the Pollock's twins were examined and written about as a rare example that seemed to support reincarnation. Many people still point to the combination of matching birthmarks, early childhood memories, and behavioral echoes as one of the
Bloodline will surely be looking to run
now,
roughshod in
skeptics,
this
of
match.
course,
That
have
mentality and
they suggest that these girls might have picked up on subtle cues from their grandparents,
is essentially
or that memories
comprised
were
of the black
unconsciously
sheep of the
passed down
family.
through family
The
code.
ones
They
never
also know how
invited to the
easily
family
people
reunions or the
patterns
cookouts
when they're
because they're
desperate
just
for
plain
meaning after
dangerous men.
loss. By the time
Dangerous
that
men,
the
each
twins were
with
around 5 years
in their own
old,
respective
they were
rights.
taught that these methods would join and captivate like a fade. These tests triggered through other childhood cases with meaningful memories to secure the page. Now, to this day, the polytheistic mystery that blurs the line between coincidence, psychology, and the possibilities of the Theory number 8. MV Joyita. The Joyita was a small merchant ship working island routes in the South Pacific when something strange happened on one of its voyages in the 1950s. It left on a routine trip and simply vanished from contact, only to be found days later, drifting and empty, with no explanation for what happened to the people who had been aboard. When the vessel was discovered, it looked derelict but not wrecked. Bits of gear and personal items were still on board, some lifeboats were missing, and crucial radio and navigational equipment were either damaged or rendered useless. Now, the hull and the cabin showed no signs of trouble, but nothing that neatly explained why everything had disappeared and no bodies were ever recovered. That mismatch between damage and outcome is what opened the door to conspiracy politics. But if the ship has sunk and is you expect negative casualties. If everyone had simply abandoned the ship, you'd expect lifeboats full of survivors. Instead, people found a drifting ship that suggested that something else had happened. Now, one combination for the six-man tag match. People pointed out that a few individuals have been driven out of others, and so some think that a convocation turned deadly and the remaining people were taken offshore or thrown overboard. Now, that idea fits the empty boat detail, many loose ends, like why no one came forward with a clear confession, and why some supplies were found. The theory is insurance in this version, individuals are operators staged an event to claim loss and to cover other illegal activities. That sucked all the air out of this place. It looked like a done deal. That explains why a working vessel could be found largely intact yet abandoned. Also requires a level of coordination that investigators never proved. A different line of thinking points to smuggling or operations. The ship was moved through isolated ocean segments. Just the ship was being used to move contraband or carry out secret tasks outside interest, and that whatever went wrong was covered up by those activities. That theory thrives on the fact how island violence is radar. Because the official investigations were unable to provide a definitive answer, wilder ideas have also circulated. Some whisper about clandestine government involvement, or even secret experiments, and those versions often borrow from the lack of closure, more than from solid evidence. Now, what keeps the Joyita mystery alive is not one compelling piece of proof, but a stack of odd details that don't line up with any single simple explanation. An empty ship that should not have been able to stay afloat, missing lifeboats, damaged equipment, and no survivors make for a puzzle that, invites every speculative angle. Official records eventually closed with no definitive verdict, and that ambiguity is what fuels conversation to this day. Some people favor the practical possibilities like mutiny or criminal enterprise, while others prefer theories that hint at cover-ups or secret missions. Theory number 9. April 1981, a brutal crime shattered the which was a small mountain town of
makes the save, and they continue this match.
The scene of a nightmare when three people were murdered inside.
But he doesn't want to give his opponent motivation.
Went missing and was discovered years later. Now, the killings were violent, they were messy, and they were filled with strange.
Now, Solo needs to end this.
He's done his fight. But there was no signs of first entry. Whoever committed these murders either removed the family or just let them slip in. Neighbors claimed they didn't hear anything, even though the attack must have been loud. And that silence added to the sense of mystery. Police suspects occurred before no turn was discovered. Two men known to the family were present heavily, and one admitted to violent fantasies, but evidence against them was either weak
rumors, and what a great team.
Rumors spread that the investigation was botched or even covered up. Some people believe that local law enforcement may have protected the killers, either for incompetence or corruption. And that's where the conspiracy angle takes hold. Some say that the murders were connected to drug activity in the area, and that officials looked the other way to keep bigger operations hidden. Others argue it was more personal, and that the family knew something that they weren't supposed to know, and that the attack was meant to silence them. I mean, files were lost, leads weren't followed, and evidence disappeared, which only fueled suspicion that the truth was being buried. Decades later, new DNA evidence and rediscovered case files gave fresh hope,
but no one has the only way to describe this version of the bloodline.
Murders remain one of California's most unsolved crimes. In these cases, the lights out free because of the going for the cover. Theory number 10. Unfavorable signature.
And that's it. Scores the win for the team.
Appeared on YouTube in 2015 as one of the strangest channels that people had ever seen. It began uploading thousands of short videos with cryptic titles, often just numbers or symbols, and the content itself looked broken. Some clips showed static, others were dark shapes, and many were just distorted sounds or voices. The sheer volume of uploads and the bizarre, low-quality style made the channel feel less like art and more like some coded transmission. Some suggested that the channel was a number station in digital form, sending secret messages hidden in the noise.
The bell rings, the bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack
producing endless meaningless clips.
Quick reflexes to stop. There's a kick and lights out. Does that close it up?
There was just one person behind
going for the cover.
Maybe it was a communication
scores the win. What a great team.
Maybe it was a psychological experiment to see how many people online would react to digital nonsense flooding their feeds. Or maybe it was just a way to disguise transmissions in plain sight, basically using YouTube's reach to send signals worldwide without drawing any suspicion. Now, the mystery deepened when YouTube suddenly terminated the channel. There was no reason given, and no one came forward to claim it. That silence left the internet to fill the gap with more theories, ranging from hidden cult activity to alien communication disguised as human-made noise. None of these ideas have ever been confirmed, and to most people it remains one of
that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. There's a kick and lights out.
Signed, sealed, and scores the win for the team.
Something that the public, wasn't meant to understand. Theory number 11, Fresno night riders. In Fresno, California, people began pointing to a few grainy night vision and security camera clips that showed something oddly shaped walking across lawns and streets. And those images changed the way that some folks thought about local ghost stories. Now, the figures looked like long, pale legs with tiny torso and no obvious arms or head, moving in a slow, gliding fashion that made them seem almost mechanical. And that awkward gait is the first thing that most witnesses remember.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick
the lights are out for Sakona.
Adapted to nothing. Their distinct traveling into the Detroit listeners in world as legends. The Nightcrawlers are a biological oddity that nobody has
back with each of those
stripes. An animal that avoids light. Another theory suggests something far stranger, that the figures are tests or probes from a secret program, robots or genetically altered organisms moved at night to avoid notice, or even surveillance constructs disguised as wildlife to desensitize people to weird sightings. Now, there's also a simpler explanation. Clever puppetry. Basically, people think that it's people in costumes filmed at odd angles.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold. There's a kick.
Universal doubters have both had room to project their preferred versions of this entities, which have made the conversation noisier.
It's over! Big tag team win there!
In parts of Eastern and Central Europe, people started telling fearful stories about a black 1960s and the 1970s. It was described as a sleek, dark sedan that appeared at night, stopping near playgrounds and quiet streets, and then whisking people away without a trace. Witnesses remembered the same chilling detail: the car's glossy black paint and the feeling that whoever saw it had met something that belonged to a darker side of power. Now, those tales split quickly into many versions. In some accounts, the occupants were anonymous men in dark coats.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again.
In other stories, the drivers were men in uniforms who played the car for like an instrument who are already suspicious of. A few versions added grotesque elements, saying that the suspicious themselves were for occult rituals. As this emerged in the United States,
what a match, and what a great team.
The explanations followed pretty fast. I mean, people blamed secret police, government units, foreign agents, or even criminal rings that trafficked in bodies. Other stories slotted the Black Volga and older folklore, making it a modern harbinger of doom that blended ancient fears with 20th century institutions. Some retellings even injected prejudice, turning the legend into a vehicle for xenophobia and political scapegoating. Investigators and historians who have looked back find a different pattern. You know, there are a handful of real crimes.
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack mentality in full force.
The Black Volga basically became a storytelling shorthand for hidden threats. Now, I said previously that this was the Prince's time, and that's because this was during the Cold War. You know, when people really overseas were trying to not be trusted. Theory number 13, Ong's hat. Ong's hat began as a patchwork of documents, filers, and WhisperNet posts that surfaced in the late 1980s and the 1990s, and then seeped across bulletin boards, zines, and early internet forums. Now, at the heart of the material was a fictional frame, a tiny abandoned settlement in the Pine Barrens of New Jersey, where an eccentric mix of seekers and renegade scientists supposedly ran experiments into chaos theory, consciousness, and ways to move between
the bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again.
Often described as a seismic population where humans did not exist.
He just kicked out by a fraction of a second. Cena can put it away here.
Plane is one of the narrative hooks that made the material memorable. Now, the problem is that the plane is distributed through media text. Fiction, recent dossier, and conspiratorial evidence. That transmedia strategy is why many people label Ong's hat as either a hoax, an experiment in culture jamming, or a proto-alternate reality game rather than a straightforward reportage. Joseph Matheny and other collaborators later acknowledged their role in shaping and promoting the material, describing it as an experiment in storytelling and meme tricks that explored how belief forms and spreads in network culture. Even after admissions, though, a subset of readers treated the documents as literal truth.
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack mentality in full force.
For Ong's hat fell into three clear buckets. He's able to as creative fiction and a deliberate exercise in immersive narrative design. Some see it as culture jamming and test how plausibly a fabricated archive can be made to feel authoritative. And that's more as an experience disappearances. Legend staying power is less than whether and more materials were crafted to look like real research files and seeded into communities to conspiracy thinking. That combination turned a playful experiment into something many people could not quite let go of. Theory number 14, phantom social workers. In the early 1990s, reports began to surface in the United Kingdom of strangers knocking on doors, claiming to be social workers and asking to see children. These visitors wore professional clothing, carried clipboards, and spoke with the calm, confident manner people expected from officials. And that made their presence feel legitimate from the first second. Now, parents once again described like questions, inspections, maintenance systems, and nothing mentioned to neighbors, and those ordinary visits in the same community. As reports notified women in their late 20s or 30s, sometimes accompanied by a man, and they often knew the names and ages of the children in the house. A few children later said that they had been made to remove clothing for a brief examination and told not to tell anyone, which pushed fear beyond rumor into something more visceral. Communities that heard one account began spotting similar visits in other neighborhoods, and the repetition fed a spreading anxiety. Police forces launched large inquiries and collected hundreds of reports, but investigators struggled to find solid evidence.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick and
What a great team! Using the authority of social work to gain access and either scout for trafficking opportunities or commit abuse. Another theory believed that the episodes were a form of moral panic, amplified by media coverage and high-profile abuse scandals that made parents hyper-vigilant and ready to interpret any odd knock as a sign of danger. A third explanation is a hybrid. In some cases, there were real troubling visits, perhaps by vigilantes or by overzealous individuals convinced they were rescuing children, while in other cases, ordinary canvassers, salespeople, or missionaries were misread as sinister because of the climate
the
of
bell
fear.
rings, the bloodline
And
will surely
like,
be looking to run roughshod in this match.
I kind of go back to like the fake the story of the fake doctors that were literally impersonating doctors.
Looks like this could be the end.
A lot of the time, these procedures are done for like food and everything, stuff like that. Like theory number 15. Humpty-Doo poltergeist. In the late 1990s, a small house in Humpty-Doo, a quiet town near Darwin in Australia's Northern Territory, became the center of one of the strangest cases the country had ever seen. Objects began flying across rooms.
Never a good thing when the bloodline doesn't get their way.
And broken
There
glass
will be hell to pay for this.
At terrified residents. Now, what made it more unsettling was that witnesses included not just the people living there, but also police officers, journalists, and even a priest who came to bless the home. That set the stage for the conspiracy angle. I mean, some argued that the activity was too dramatic and too public to be just simple, pranks. They claimed that the Humpty-Doo events were connected to experiments in psychic energy or even secret military testing in the region. Others suggested it was staged to hide something else going on in the area, using the spectacle of a poltergeist to distract locals and authorities.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a
investigators admitted that they couldn't explain everything believers that investigators were something intentionally hidden. Some theories go the events included but there were a reaction to land disputes and cultural tensions, with the haunting being used as either a warning or as a way to intimidate. Others interpret the paranormal, treating the house as a genuine hotspot where energy broke through in violent ways. Now, per usual, none of the explanations have ever been proven. I mean, the residents eventually left and the activity faded when the house was abandoned, which only made people argue more about whether the whole saga was fabricated. But the fact remains that police officers filed reports, journalists saw flying objects, and no one ever gave a satisfying answer. Theory number 16, E10.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline.
Drivers began reporting a strange figure in the early 1970s.
He makes the insane.
You're cycling on the roadside or even standing in the middle of the lanes.
He could be enjoying the moment too much.
And then they stop.
Nobody's coming back from that. Got it. What a match, and what a great team.
Others claimed she was connected to older local legends, a spirit bound to the land long before the highway was built. Now, as reports piled up, the idea grew that this wasn't just coincidence, but a haunting tied to the road itself. Then came the conspiracies. Some suggested that the lady wasn't a ghost at all, but part of a broader cover-up. They argued that multiple crashes on the E10 were blamed on driver error, when in fact witnesses had been spooked by the same figure. A few even claimed that local officials kept quiet about the
Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again in some... there's a kick and lights out. The lights are out for Sakura.
Into the cover.
He breaks the band, kicking his team in this one. He could be enjoying the moment too much, giving his opponent a lot of room to recover.
You know, the image designed to steal
Business here,
this could be over. Cena can put it away. There's the winners of the tag match.
The super drivers described the same woman as lingers in roadside folklore, leaving people to wonder if she's a restless spirit, a hidden experiment, or just the motorway's most enduring illusion. Theory number 17, lead masks of Vintem Hill. In 1966, two men were found dead on Vintem Hill in Brazil under circumstances that, still defy explanation. They were lying side by side, dressed in matching suits, and next to them were strange lead masks that covered only
the bell
their
rings,
eyes.
the Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That
path.
their
bodies
That's going
to keep Sakura down.
He's
going for the cover. And that's it. Scores the win for the team.
Visions and out-of-body experiences.
Here are your
Their
winners.
masks shield themselves from radiation or blinding light, perhaps expecting contact with something beyond this world. The capsules mentioned in the note hinted at drugs or poisons, which only deepened the mystery. So the idea grew that these men weren't just eccentric hobbyists, but participants in a ritual. Some argued that they were trying to communicate with the extraterrestrials, using the masks to protect their eyes from whatever they expected to see. Others claimed it was a test tied to
bell rings, the
secret
Bloodline will
technology,
surely be looking to
maybe
run
even government
roughshod in this
experiments
match.
and
That
psychic research.
there's a
There
kick
are also
and
theories about
Turn the lights out. He's coming in. He's got it. Big time win in this tag team match.
The lack of signs of struggle and the precise way that their bodies were arranged fueled suspicion that more people had been involved. Now, no one had ever solved the case. The autopsies were inconclusive, and the capsules were never identified, and the lead masks have never been fully explained. Theories have stretched from failed science experiments to alien contact, but none have ever been proven. Theory number 18, Highgate Vampire. In the 1970s, a spate of strange sightings around Highgate Cemetery in North London turned a quiet Victorian graveyard into a media spectacle.
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick and lights out.
Just put an end to this.
Going for the cover. Shoulders are
What a tag match we just saw.
Curiosity into
Here are your
fear
winners.
and fear into with the light, each claiming different explanations and each accusing the other of hiding facts, and their public feud amplified the mystery. Now that rivalry was the seedbed for conspiracies. Some argued that the cemetery was a front for occult gatherings, or a meeting place for a secretive cult that practiced dark rites among the tombs, while others claimed a hidden aristocratic vampire lineage used the grounds as a base. When grave disturbance and broken
Ice in their
vaults were
veins, that's
reported,
perhaps the only way
those
to
claims
describe this
hardened
version of
into
the bloodline.
allegations that
Cold-blooded,
serious
remorseless, and willing to do
evidence.
anything to
Newspaper
stake their claim
headlines
here
and
in
sensational
WWE.
statements that
Come on,
at the more
there's a
depressed
kick, and bloodbath! Lights out!
That could put Solo down for good. Can this be it? Is this the end?
Things like
Got it. Big time tag team win.
makes ordinary details look large. They also noted how rival investigators had in some cases advertised events to sell books and public appearances. Over time, the case braided together a few odd facts, a lot of hearsay, and two men whose egos and disputes made a good story. That mix left space for theories about police reluctance, occult networks, or deliberate hoaxes engineered to keep the mystery alive. Theory number 19, the Bennington Triangle. The Bennington Triangle is a stretch of wilderness in southwestern Vermont where people have vanished under circumstances that remain unsolved.
The bell rings. The
Between
bloodline will surely be looking to run
1945
roughshod in this
at least
match.
5 people disappeared
there's a
while
kick,
picking
and
the
bloodbath! Lights out! The lights are out for Sakura.
most famous appearance was Canada, an 18-year-old college student who went unbeknownst on the trail
Comes out on top in this tag team match.
Now, those disappearances created the foundation for something stranger. Locals began to whisper that the land had a curse, and some claimed the Native American tribes who once lived there considered it forbidden ground. Hunters described moments where the forest went eerily silent, as if the wildlife had vanished, and hikers told stories of losing their bearings in seconds, even on familiar trails. Some say that the area hides strange energy fields or magnetic anomalies that interfere with compasses and disorient travelers. Others argue that there are secret entrances
Ice in
to
their veins,
underground
that's perhaps
tunnels
the
or
only
even
way to describe
portals
this
that
version
pull
of the
people into
bloodline.
another
Cold.
dimension.
There's a kick, and bloodbath! Lights out!
Feels like it's over for Sakura. Shoulders down. Looking for the win here.
If in this theory, the triangle is in a
There's the wins of the tag
secret
match.
experiments, with people accidentally stumbling into areas that they weren't meant to see.
Here are your winners.
That would explain
The team of Aleister Black, John Cena,
but it also
and
relies on
Joe
a corrupt and
Evans.
Theory number 20, the Dyatlov Pass second group theory. In 1959, a group of experienced hikers died on the slopes of Kholat Syakhl in the northern Urals, and the official facts left a tangle of odd details that never fit neatly together. Now, if you guys have never heard of the Dyatlov Pass incident, which I'm pretty sure 99% of people have, but if you haven't, I do have a video about it that I'll pop up in one of the corners. I don't know which corner it will be in, but it will be somewhere if you want to watch a full video going over the Dyatlov Pass. But basically,
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick, and bloodbath! Lights out!
Now that's how you put the nail in the coffin.
Going for the cover. Solo shoulders it in.
And it's over. Big tag team win there.
Have met those
Here are your
strangers
winners.
on the trail
The team of Aleister Black.
into different possibilities. Things like accidental confrontation with hunters, a clash with military personnel conducting secret tests, a deliberate ambush, or even a panic sparked by strangers that caused the hikers to flee their tent. Now, the military angle is one of the loudest versions, and it suggests that troops were running exercises or weapon tests nearby, and that either an accidental interaction or a deliberate cover-up led to the strange injuries and the
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick, and bloodbath! Lights out!
No ifs about it. That's going to do it.
This could do it for the win.
And that's it. Scores the win for the team.
Coaches surprised by the Dyatlov group, or
Here are your
locals
winners.
who panicked and
The
left
team of
Americans tries to account for things that the avalanche and hypothermia explanations struggle with, such as internal tent cuts, oddly placed injuries, and items left behind in odd patterns. Now, skeptics of the second group theory point out problems too. I mean, footprints and disturbances can be misread after weeks of snow and search activity. Eyewitness reports are unreliable in extreme conditions, and many proposed conspiratorial links rely on gaps in the record
Ice in
rather
their
than hard
veins, that's perhaps
evidence.
the only way to
So
describe this
until
version of the
evidence
bloodline.
fills the
Cold-blooded,
silence,
remorseless, and willing to do anything to state their claim here in WWE.
Come on, Cole. That's what the bloodline has always been about. Just because this version of the
There's a kick out.
lights out. Does that close it out for Black? It could be all over here. Big-time tag team win.
Here are your winners. The team of
Human-like and always dressed in dark cloaks or wide-brimmed hats. Witnesses describe them as unmoving and distant, as if they are watching from above, which is, why they came to be called the Dark Watchers. Now, hikers say that the figures vanish when approached, and ranchers in the early 20th century spoke about them as if they were a part of the landscape itself. Even local folklore passed down through generations included warnings not to stare at them too long.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold.
There's a kick.
Lights out. Turn the lights out. Yeah, he's going for the pin. Got it. What a tag match we just saw.
Military experiments pointing out that strange lights and odd aerial activity has also been reported in the same the idea that the watchers could be projections, drones, or even test subjects meant to measure how people respond.
Never a good thing when the bloodline doesn't get their way. There will be hell to pay for this.
Some theories suggest shadowy organizations wanted to see how long-term sightings would embed themselves into culture by planting, visual illusions or running psychological operations. They could test how myths form and how they spread. In that theory, the Watchers become less about spirits and more about just total control. Theory number 22, the Phantom Barber. In 1942, residents of Pascagoula, Mississippi, began to report a series of strange nighttime break-ins. People would wake up to find that someone had slipped into their homes while they slept.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick out.
Lights out. That could put Solo down for good. The cover for the win. And the score wins. What a tag match.
Here are your winners.
The idea that someone could move so quietly, enter homes without being caught, and escape again and again turned the local panic into something closer to urban legend. Now, some believe that the Phantom Barber wasn't just a strange prowler, but a part of a larger wartime plot. Since this was during World War II, people speculated that he was a spy collecting samples for experiments or gathering materials for some kind of coded operation. Others suggested that he was being protected.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold. There's a kick out.
Lights out. Big Black just put an end to this.
Shoulders down. Does he have it?
Scores the win. What a great team.
And the fact that the haircut episodes didn't match the winners to the sentence. Giving way to calm public fear. And I mean, shit, dude, if you're the Phantom Barber and you're still out there, dude, come give me a lineup, bro. I need a haircut so bad. So, hey, Phantom Barber, if you're listening to this, you're invited any time to come give me a fresh fade while I'm sleeping. I'll just say that. See ya tonight. Theory number 23, the Overtoun Bridge. Now, the Overtoun Bridge in Dumbarton, Scotland looks like an ordinary 19th century stone bridge. But for decades, it has carried a disturbing reputation.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. And there's a kick out.
Lights out. Alistair just turned the lights out. Yeah, shoulders down. Is this it? Big time win in this tag team match.
Attacking the arm. Great way to break down your opponent. The team of Alistair Black, John Cena, and Joe Vaughan.
Claiming that the land carried a energy from past tragedies and that dogs were sensitive enough to pick it up. Some people suggested that the bridge was more than just unlucky, and that it might be connected to secret experiments with sound or electromagnetic energy. Now, in this version, the dogs were reacting to invisible signals deliberately tested in a remote location. Others pushed the idea further, tying the events to occult practices, claiming that rituals had been performed there and that the animals were responding to something deliberately
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline.
The case with more
there's a
ordinary
kick.
explanations.
Lights out. Does that close it out for good? Into the cover. This might be it.
Design of
What a match and what a great team.
Those explanations never really satisfied us, especially since not all dogs reacted the same way. There's literally no reason at all, which is just so sad. Theory number 24, Hexham heads. In 1971, two schoolboys near Hexham, England, dug up a pair of small, roughly carved stone heads and brought them home. And what followed turned a curious find into a local mystery. Now, the heads were odd. They were weathered, they were expressionless, and they were small enough to fit in someone's palm. And soon, the family reported strange things
The bell
happening
rings.
in
The
house
bloodline will
that
surely
felt
be
more
looking to
like
run roughshod in this
coincidence.
match. That
Homes
pack
spoke
meant
of sudden visits, objects
foot
moving,
graveyard.
dogs acting terrified,
That's gonna keep
unexplained headaches,
There's a
and
kick
invisible
and
dogs
lights
appearing
out.
in places.
Alistair just turned the lights out.
More incidents,
Who's going for the cover? For the win.
more than trinkets, and the idea that an object might carry a
Big time tag team win.
were ancient artifacts with a real power, possibly linked to pagan rites, or a force that modern people had accidentally disturbed. Another theory suggests that the heads were not old at all, but a planted hoax made by someone who wanted to create a legend or prank a small town, and that these subsequent events were either staged or inflated by anxious neighbors. A different line of thought treats the object as, psychic foci, items that can gather and reflect human fear, so that the more attention that they received, the stronger that the phenomenon became.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick.
Experimental technology, this could be sensational aspects of the reports,
Comes out on top in this tag team match.
Teenage mischief, and the way that rumor elevates creates and the provenance of the heads was never, conclusively settled, and the weird occurrences were uneven and anecdotal. The Hexham heads, stayed stubbornly ambiguous. I mean, no one really knows what, they were. And last but not least, folks, we've got theory number 25, which is the Rosenheim poltergeist. Now, in late 1967, a small law office in Rosenheim, Bavaria, became the scene of...
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack. There's a kick. Lights out. Martin brought this to a close. This could be for the win.
Themselves,
It's over. Big tag team win there.
Telephones placed calls without anyone ever touching them.
Here are your winners.
The phenomenon is more like a problem tied to the wiring. Engineers from the local electric company and others reported strange meter readings and surges that, could not be immediately explained, and a few scientists who later described their measurements said that something unusual had been recorded on instruments. Attention quickly focused on a 19-year-old secretary who worked in the office. Because staff and investigators noticed the incidents tended to intensify when she was present, and quiet
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold-blooded, remorseless, and willing to do anything to stake their claim here in WWE.
Come on, Cole. That's what the bloodline is all about.
There's a kick and lights out.
Feeling like it's over for Sokoa.
Got the cover. This might be the end.
Big time win in this tag team match.
Suspicious details, including reports that two fixtures in some accounts, and that mechanical interference could produce matter deflections, which fed the idea that some incidents were staged or at least misinterpreted. Now, over the decades, the case has been parsed two ways. Believers treat Rosenheim as one of the most thoroughly witnessed and instrumented poltergeist events of the 20th century, and then critics treat it as one cautionary example of how suggestibility, sloppy investigation, and possible hoaxing.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That there's a kick and lights out. Deep breath. Just put an end to this. He wants to end this.
Some clever, trickery, or maybe a mixture of both. So for sticking around for the whole entire video, I have to show you guys a really funny clip that happened right as I started recording this video. So for a little context before I show this. Than the devil himself. For centuries, demons
environment, he's the biggest babyface in wrestling. Yeah, and MJF has been having, I would say, even though there's not a lot of promos attached to it, maybe the best heel run of anyone in wrestling this year in Mexico, where he deserves
the Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again inside the ring.
The latest incarnation of the Bloodline only has one goal: total destruction. Doesn't matter who you are, you win.
There's a kick and lights out. That's a game over, gentlemen.
This has to be it.
First of all, it's you can't just say, okay, you know, because Mystico's over.
Here are your winners.
For his aspect, you can put anybody in there. And the reason why MJF works, number one, American heel style works in Lucha Libre in Mexico because they understand it. It makes sense. They don't have to do promos. MJF doesn't have to do a lot of promos because MJF is one of the few guys who can still be a heel, who understands how to be a heel in the ring. How to cheat and
the bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That there's a kick and lights out.
Feeling like it's over for Sokola.
The thing is,
keeps his team alive. What a save.
I still think Mystico's work is the shits, and I'll explain more in detail why I think that.
This one's wrapped up.
There too.
And that's it. He scores the win for the team.
Then they don't get over, and it just gets in the goddamn ring.
Here are your winners.
They are Gaga. And the Gaga is not off-putting to any of their fans because there's always been the Gaga. And the style has not changed drastically at the core of it in all these years, so it always still has been more of a looser style where the American audience that was used to watching shit at the same time in American 60s, 70s would go, that's faker than shit.
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick and lights out.
And
might have brought this to a close.
Babyface could get over anything near the level of Mystico or the
what a match and what a great team.
If you can take an American heel and put him in that environment, especially now, when they hate Americans. And you can
a disappointing result for the Bloodline in this one.
Tonight was not the Bloodline's night, and there's no way they're going to just accept that.
And then that American style works in Lucha in Mexico. And it's a different animal when you're trying to bring something from that culture here, just like when you're trying to bring certain things from here to Japan or certain things from Japan here. But it's as simple as that. This is their environment, and MJF's the guest star, and he's going in and he's working more like
an old school territory heel than anybody else in the world, and it works. And it was refreshing to watch. I have no idea what the fuck was going on around. Well, just
Abraham
because
Lincoln.
the clip that I saw, the match that I saw the whole thing, but it was all in Spanish. So I don't know why that. I can imagine the concept of why MJF has a manager dressed as Abraham Lincoln waving an American flag. I don't know who Mystico's babyface masked manager was. I don't know why Mystico's music starts with Undertaker's bong repeated like fucking 3 or 4 times, and then going into that horrible ass
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That there's a kick and lights out. Does that close it? Turns it around. Cover. This could be it.
And somehow just to skip the presentation of John
Cena running into the canvas. Turn out the lights. The party's over. And the crowd brought this to a close.
What a tag match we just saw.
So you could hear them yelling, but not like
Here are your winners.
individually crisp things. But nevertheless, MJF started he jump-started it. Interrupted the music, right? You know, and instantly fucking chucks him out to the floor and posts him, and Mystico gets juice. And then he's got the heat going from the start. And again, he kept on the guy. He gave him hope spots. It was a nice pace where the people could understand it.
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline.
And they're shocked at seeing the guy blue already.
Black turns the tune. There's a kick.
Lights out.
Put Solo down.
You see good to it, but they don't care. He's in that environment for that audience. They see it.
There's the winners of the tag match.
As I said, MJF did 4 dangerous things. He did a goddamn and landed on his feet, but when the guy fell, he fucking tripped MJF. And MJF almost went face first into the railing. But he did the spot where he hits the guy in the face with his dick. And that made Mystico pissed off, and he fired up, but MJF stopped him with a thumb in the eye. Just the little things, but at the same time, Mystico's pumping the blood, and his mask is torn. And then
It was a great visual. It was a really great visual.
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick. That's going to keep Sikoa down. And he had to go for the cover. Sikoa shoulders her down.
What a tag match we just saw.
And again, Mystico's timing is terrible. MJF has to wait on him, but he's waiting on him fine. And then Mystico did the big dive, got the big pop. And then they did a spot where, again, I swear to God, nobody saw it, but it's driving me crazy about this guy, and it shows how smooth MJF is. Mystico hit the big leaping Mexican destroyer, right? And gets a big pop, and MJF bounces up and takes a big bump and lands and squirms.
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick and lights out. That's going to keep Sikoa down. Yes. Hoping that was
Big time win in this tag team match.
Himself. With the people chanting Mystico.
Aleister Black. John Cena.
What did I say? The 4 dangerous things. This is number 2 or number 3. MJF hit a package pile driver on the guy on the apron of the ring perfectly. And part of it has to do with Mystico's fucking 170 pounds or whatever he is. You can do that. But boom, and then MJF is like telling the fat referee, count him out, and they milk the count.
The bell
and now
rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match.
And it's a 20 count down there.
Lights out.
Beat the count just a nigga turn about a force of cold. And now MJF is shoulders down. I could roll right now.
Scores a win. What a great team.
Holy shit. And that's the death blow in Mexico.
Here are your winners.
Now we're there. It's been 20 minutes, whatever. The guy's covered in blood. He's drenched. You've hit him with a couple big false finishes. Now let's go. MJF gets his fucking ring. And old Honest Abe draws the referee. But as MJF goes to swing, Mystico nut shots MJF. And small packages him. 1, 2, MJF kicks, but gets a big pop.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again.
There's a kick.
Lights out for a tombstone.
And goodness.
Goes to the cover. Solo shoulders it in. Kicked out.
Spins into the only
Cena put this away.
There's a kick. Lights out. The lights are out for Sakura.
Comes out on top in this tag team match.
Yes. That's the way you go. For minutes, stationary, motionless. And then tap. That's goddamn flatter to fucking fart and fucking 4 o'clock. You get while the people are up and this stuff is going on. Oh my God, he's got me. Oh shit. Boom, boom, boom. But anyway, when he's got a baby face that's over and the title was on the line and their title means something down there. It's not like here where they've got...
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. There's a kick. Lights out. Dish Round just put an end to this. And the cover.
This was a great worker. He isn't.
But it was different, and it was wrestling. That's why it's one of my top, because there was legitimate audience reaction as to the singing people's. Well, they sang the song, but they only sang the song of the babyface, and then they quit singing. And it was people working, having a wrestling match. There were no tables that they had to go through. Didn't have 15 chairs. They worked the counts, the count-outs.
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cole.
Instead of just the referees going over. It was wrestling. And that's what MJF puts together. He has something.
And that's it. Scores the win for the team.
Blows MJF and sucked for the past few years. Yes. I've been saying he's been sucking for the past few years. It's not his fault. He can do it. Give him something to work with. The reason why he stinks for the past few years is because of the bucket of shit that he's stuck in.
Yeah, and unfortunately that taints the way a lot of people see it, because we've been hearing from some people that it's crazy. It's like, he's never been a good promo. What the fuck are you talking about? He's been the best promo in the company.
You know what? They're tired of the one he's been doing because it's the only thing he can do now.
The bell rings. The bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That
he's not a referee.
There's a kick and lights out.
Gets over for Sakura.
The cover.
Got it. What a match and what a great team.
Just put that footage on item.
Here are your
Those
winners.
matches uncut.
The team.
The Spanish commentary, not your commentators. And just run that stuff. The show they did from Arena Mexico is like their best ratings. Just air this stuff. This is the MJF that we miss. This is the way MJF should be presented. I mean, I don't know about honestly.
Yeah, well,
the match.
show it. Yeah, that guy. Who the fuck thought they would have found somebody who looked like Abe Lincoln in Mexico? But If they showed this match on AEW television, it would get a bigger number than their standard shit, because people would know
the
that
bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick and lights out. Does that go down for Blood?
To see him have this
He's going to the cover. Shoulders are down. No, helping their teammate out there. And that was a successful bit of offense with that maneuver. There's a kick and lights out.
That's going to keep Sokoa down.
Got it. Big time tag team win.
It's better than the stuff in AEW. And again, you see a guy receptive of that getting multiple actions. Mystico or MJF, it makes them seem like a much bigger star than they even are. And they're big stars.
But no, we need more time for the flamethrower, Brian.
See, that's the thing. If this was AEW, the blood that happened at the beginning, which worked, and again, the visual, I've always been a mark for the visual. You see in the magazines of the masked guy with a cut in a mask. You could almost see who they are, and they're bleeding everywhere.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack mentality in full force here.
You have to remember.
Well, there's a kick and lights out.
Now's the time to capitalize.
Oh, he flips that around. He's thinking he can end it here. John Cena.
Two adjustments.
That could put Tama down for good.
Carlos Sokoa. Here's the coach.
And they scored the win. What a tag match.
Last night in Mexico, so he had one of the best matches we've seen all year on Friday night, and then Saturday afternoon came back to AEW that pays him more money and had that shitty garbage thing with Briscoe, poor fellow.
And I'm not kidding. They really should just license that footage from CMLL and air it as a special instead of Dynamite one week and see what happens.
What do you think the chances are, Brian?
The chance of Tony Khan doing the right thing or airing that stuff and showing MJF as a star?
Yes.
Probably unlikely.
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick and lights
It's the daily fantasy that lots of people like to have. The daily fantasy sports app.
Big time tag team win.
Smart things is Tony Khan going to do this week.
Here are your winners.
Less than two. Make some money. Just a thought. Did you hear about stocks?
From NXT? No. What happened?
No. From Prize Picks. Prize Picks is now the only app that offers stocks, meaning you can pick the same player up to 3.
Than the devil himself.
ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. There's a kick
Scores the win for the team.
If drowned rivals held sciences beyond scripture, then legends That's the fear behind the fear. Not fire and brimstone, but the loss of control over history itself. Behind locked vaults, in edited manuscripts and buried symbols, the Vatican worked to silence, not monsters, but memory. Because demons strengthened faith, while Atlantis dismantled it. So, before you dismiss this as legend, ask yourself, what if the greatest threat to the church was never the devil, but a forgotten civilization?
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That tap. There's a kick and that can certainly do it.
For centuries, the Vatican taught its people to were demons, witches,
what a match, and what a great team.
These were enemies described in vivid signs, painted on church walls, Yet none of these terrors made the keepers of Rome tremble the way a single word did. Atlantis. Unlike demons, it was not a figure of myth placed safely in the realm of religion. It was a suggestion that something real might have existed before the world as the church defined it, and that was a threat far greater than the devil. Imagine being a monk in the 12th century, bent over parchment in a
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again inside the ring.
The latest incarnation of the Bloodline only has one mode: total destruction. Doesn't matter who you are, you...
there's a kick and lights out.
That could put Solo down for good.
This is it. He could put him away right here. He made the save just in time. 3-on-3 matches are always an interesting situation. What are these guys? There's a kick and lights out. Alistair just turns the lights out.
Big time win in this tag team match.
Even for firm need of salvation, but a lost civilization suggested knowledge, and wisdom outside the holy books. It pointed to a human story, older and perhaps greater than the one written in doctrine. And that, to the Vatican, was unbearable. This is why whispers of Atlantis never spread as freely as tales of witches or demons. They were not shouted from pulpits. They were not painted in stained glass. They were silenced before the echo could spread. Why did scribes panic? Because
the Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick. Lights out. There is no coming back from that. Counter's going to the gut. Solo shoulder for down. That stops the count.
Is that good?
There's a kick and lights out. That's going to keep Sokoa down. There's two.
And it's over. Big tag team win there.
He spoke of hope. They filled circles with terror. But a drowned city had to be erased. For demons kept people inside the church, but Atlantis threatened to lead them out of it. The devil reinforced the story. Atlantis tore the story apart. This is why the archives of the Vatican still carry an air of unease around the subject. Not because of what Atlantis truly was, but because of what it represented. A rival narrative, a rival truth. And in
the bell rings, the Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pack.
Standing retaliates. Looks like the way
these two reaching a standstill. There's a kick and lights out.
Dominating maneuver. Could end things.
And he's into the pin.
Comes out on top in this tag team match.
Here are your winners. Piecing together and comparing the work of forgotten navigators. But one night he unrolled a fragment that made his breath catch. The ink had faded, but the outlines were clear enough. A landmass stretching across the Atlantic, a continent where no continent should be. At first, he thought it a mistake. Medieval maps were filled with exaggerations, monsters, and phantom islands. But this fragment was different.
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again inside the ring.
The latest incarnation of the Bloodline only has one mode: total destruction. Doesn't matter who you are, you whip.
There's a kick and lights out.
The lights are out for Sokoa.
And time to let him.
He might have him.
Cena! Attitude adjustment!
Cena connected there.
There's a kick.
Jamal toying with his opponent a little bit. That's got to be the end right there.
Scores the win. What a great team.
Now that's what you call impact.
Here are your winners.
Tiny notations near the coasts, ratios of distance, symbols of prevailing winds, indications of currents. This was not legend. It was data the kind sailors lived and died by. He realized he was staring at more than a myth. Someone long ago had drawn knowledge from a source he could not explain, and whoever sealed it knew the risk of letting it spread. He thought of other maps, the ones he had seen in passing.
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. There's a kick, it's lights out.
Goodbye and good night.
With the cover.
This might be it. There's the winners of the tag match.
To hold it out like this was to stand by.
Here are your winners. The team of
Then possession itself was dangerous. Men had been tried for less. His mind flashed to tales of inquisitors confiscating manuscripts, of scholars who vanished without explanation, of documents that disappeared into the archives, never to be seen again. Still, he could not look away. The fragment seemed alive, as if it whispered.
Beneath the marble floors of St. Peter's Basilica, hidden behind locked vaults and whispered through forbidden texts, lies one of the creepiest Vatican secrets
The
ever
bell rings, the bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. That pep. There's a
for centuries, the Vatican's holiest site has cast a long shadow on the ancient metropolis below, a place where stone holds memory, and silence holds what things that should not be. Tonight, they bury a bedtime story of history, mystery, and the secrets the Vatican holds in here. If you enjoy exploring mysteries like this, don't forget to subscribe for more. So settle in, close your eyes, and let the story unfold. The Vatican was quiet that night, the kind of quiet that seeps into the stone, pressing against the skin like a cold breath from below. Outside, St. Peter's Square stood empty, bathed in pale light, but beneath the basilica, where the air turned older and the walls whispered of forgotten things, something stirred. The story begins in the winter of 1949, when a janitor named Matteo Rossi was assigned to clean the lowest levels of the basilica. Matteo was not a man of fear. He had worked in the Vatican for over 20 years and knew every step of the great church's stairwells, chapels, and corridors. He trusted stone and silence more than he trusted people. But there was one place he avoided, a narrow hallway equally clear at top, past the Vatican watchrooms and into the oldest layers of the metropolis. That place was different. It smelled of dust, but not the norm. There was something sealed beneath it, something that made the lamps flicker and the marble feel damp even when dry. But orders had changed. A visiting cardinal requested a private viewing of St. Peter's tomb. Matteo had been told to prepare the space, polish the rails, and clear the dust from the nearby archways. He obeyed, as all Vatican staff must. He took his keys and lantern and descended the tight, spiraling stairs with a calm face and a heart that beat a little too loud. The deeper he went, the more his breath fogged in the cold. He paused once, resting near a carved Latin inscription he had passed 100 times.
The bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick.
As if the stone had been near fire. He stepped back and refused, and kept walking. When he reached the bottom level, he heard it. It was not a voice in him, not in the way people speak. It was more like a breath turned sideways, a low hum that wrapped itself around the ears, did not hit him. It made his bones feel covered. It made the hairs on his arms rise. He turned to the windows and saw that a section of the old floor had cracked slightly, a seam in the marble that had not been there before. From that seam, a sound escaped. It was soft, rhythmic, and strangely wet, like something alive dragging itself across stone far below. Matteo did not scream. He was not that kind of man. He simply stood still, and for a moment he thought about walking back. But then the sound stopped, and in the quiet that followed, he thought he heard a whisper. It said his name. The Vatican's hidden world does not begin with its treasures, but with its layers. St. Peter's Basilica stands as the crown of the Catholic Church, but beneath its grandeur lies something older, something forgotten by time. It is not just a building. It is a monument built over centuries of belief, silence,
and carefully buried history. Few visitors realize that the ground under their feet has been used again and again, each era burying the last. Beneath the high altar, beyond the Vatican grottos, lies a place called the Necropolis. That word means city of the dead. It is older than the church itself, stretching back to when Rome still bowed to its emperors and pagan gods. The early Christians, fearing persecution, buried their dead in secret, hoping to protect the remains of the faithful from desecration. Over time, these tombs grew into tunnels. The tunnels became chambers, and eventually, the church rose above them all. But this necropolis is not just a place of rest. In some corners, the architecture shifts. The walls narrow, the ceilings drop, and the stone begins to change. Some archaeologists have said the patterns feel wrong, as if they were carved not by human hands, but by something else entirely. In 1939, when construction crews began expanding areas beneath St. Peter's Basilica, they found something unusual. A section of corridor with stones that did not match the rest, darker in color, rougher in shape, and older than the basilica itself. These stones led to a chamber that was not on any map, and inside, workers found remains that should not have been there. The bones were too large for any human, with joints that bent the wrong way, and skulls that lacked any known classification. The Vatican moved quickly. The site was sealed by the following morning, and the bones were taken to a private room in the Apostolic Palace. Only one report was filed, marked with a red wax seal, and stored in the secret archives. The men who discovered it were given quiet retirements, and the corridor was filled with stone and silence. Years later, a curious phrase would appear in a Vatican document, buried among reports from the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith. It simply read, "Biological containment established under altar threshold. See case file beneath."
Ice in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold-blooded, remorseless, and willing to do anything to stake their claim here.
Solo setting it up. Look at this series of Samoan spikes.
St. Peter's Basilica was not built on the It was built The Vatican rarely admits to fear, but there was something in the look of the guards that night. The ones posted outside the necropolis entrance after the corridor was sealed. One of them, a young Swiss guard,
look at this combination of strikes.
Later confessed to hearing scratching beneath the strikes. Not every night, only when the moon was full, and only when the floor.
There's a kick and black mass. Lights out. That has to be the end right there. Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are in.
Decades later,
and that's it. Scores the win for the team.
Long nights of patrol, the smell of iron in the air,
Here are
the
your
soft
winners.
groan of something
The
shifting
team
beneath.
Alistair Black.
But the most chilling line was the one he underlined twice. "It is not dead," he wrote, "only quiet." No one followed up. By then, the area had been declared off limits, not for structural concerns, but under the vague title of doctrinal preservation, an excuse the Vatican uses when it needs secrecy, not safety. This is where our story begins to change. Because just 2 years later, in 1949, a janitor
The
named
bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick and plus mass. Lights out.
That could put Solo down for good.
You go for the pin for the win.
And they score the win. What a tag match.
Wiring shorted out. Camera feeds in the lower
Here are your
blocks began
winners.
to fail.
The
No
team
pause.
Alistair Black.
One engineer claimed the magnetic fields in the area were fluctuating, as if something old was moving in the stone, disturbing what had settled long ago. The Vatican brought in an outside consultant from Germany.
The year was 1054. In the grand basilicas of Rome and Constantinople, incense drifted thick as fog, bells echoed like distant thunder, and two worlds that had once been one finally turned their backs on each other. This is the story most of us
Ice
know.
in their veins, that's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the bloodline. Cold. There's a kick and blood mass. Lights out. The lights are out for Sakura. Going for the cover. Solo shoulders are down.
Got it. What a match and what
painted
Here are your
in broad
winners.
strokes.
The team of Aleister Black, John Cena, and Joe
Against patriarch, Latin against Greek. It feels inevitable, almost theatrical, as if centuries of tension had been building toward that single act. The textbook version is clear and sharp. It speaks of papal claims to authority, of a dispute over the word filioque, a Latin addition to the Nicene Creed, declaring the Holy Spirit proceeded not only from the Father, but from the Son.
The bell rings. The Bloodline will surely be looking to run roughshod in this match. There's a kick and
Lights out. Did Black just put an end to this?
Going for the cover. Shoulders are down.
Got it. Big time tag team win.
And we are told that the Great Schism was about millions
Aleister Black, John Cena,
as tidy. We imagine bishops arguing in councils, kings weighing alliances, and faithful believers adjusting to new ecclesiastical maps. But the lived truth was never tidy. Beneath the surface, the schism was not a single tier, but a tapestry of fraying threads. Behind the bold outlines of papal bulls and patriarchal pronouncements, countless other disputes.
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cole. There's a kick and lights out.
Does this close out for Black?
Going for the cover. Shoulders are down.
What a tag match we just saw.
The Coast kept one foot in Rome, and another in Byzantium for generations. Monasteries in southern Italy prayed in Greek while acknowledging papal authority. Armenian Christians and Syriac Christians lived lives of faith utterly outside these dual categories, barely mentioned in the drama of 1054. And so, when we call it the schism, we risk mistaking one narrative thread for the entire weave of history. This is not to say the official story is false. The excommunications of 1054 were real, and the disputes over papal
Ice in their veins. That's perhaps the only way to describe this version of the Bloodline. Cold-blooded, remorseless, and willing. Looking for the quick pin. Quick kick out from Aleister Black.
It's a little early for an earnest attempt.
Single point. It's like telling the story.
Boom! What a punch!
More tangled than undergrowth.
Turning the tables!
The challenge both east and west. Forgotten councils.
There's a kick and Black.
Lights out. That's gotta be it.
Going for the cover. Shoulders are down.
And it's over. Big tag team win there.
Generations of chronicles, classrooms.
Here are your winners.
This polished
The
tale
team of
hides more
Aleister Black, John Cena, and Joe
disputes within, while others slipped into silence. Why do we still speak of the filioque, but not of the other doctrines once fiercely debated? Why do we imagine two monolithic churches staring each other down, when in truth both were fractured within? To understand the Great Schism is to realize that history is never just what happened, but what survived the telling. The councils, the bulls, the letters, all were curated, copied, preserved. Other voices.
The Bloodline looks as menacing as ever as they prepare to establish their dominance once again. There's a kick and
Lights out. Black might have brought this to a close.
Going for the cover. Shoulders are down.
Comes out on top in this tag team match.
Picture not just one grand divide, but many smaller cracks spreading in the veins. Imagine the creak of monastic doors closing on silenced dissenters, the hush of a scribe deciding which.
Leather, with no markings on the cover. He said the pages looked burnt at the edges, even though the air around it was cold. When he tried to read the first page, the letters seemed to shift.
Yeah, I'm going to have a break for a bit, guys, but I will be back probably a bit later on.
His story was never confirmed.